yo, what is up? We are back. It's No Border Sports with another Friday night show. My co-host, Bryant, Culp. We are waiting for a couple of our other guys to trickle in. Took me a little wooer during the commercial break there. Kick it back up on me.
Hairball, it happens.
Carcast, check your DMs. Jeff, we got Jeff in the building. What up, Jeff? We got Korey in the building. What up, Korey? Hopefully you can make it in sometime soon, sir. Ryan Cole. Oh, that was supposed to be Tony. Shout out to Tony. Thank you, Tony. We got Jon Jay in the building. Happy Friday. That's right.
Let's go.
I should tell. So, lots been happening this week. We got OTAs popping off for a lot of teams. Our 49ers definitely had some news. Kyle Shanahan, he shut down OTAs. That I like. Everybody was upset for people not showing up to OTAs, right? Well, are you upset at Kyle for shutting them down early? Because essentially it's the same thing as someone not showing up. Now they can't show up. You know what I mean? The people who are there can't learn more. I don't know. I think you do OTAs as much as you can, as much as you possibly can. You do OTAs. Maybe you don't have, maybe you say, hey, Debo, Brandon Ayuk, don't worry about showing up this last week. I want to make sure I get all these new guys, all the reps as I possibly can. You know what I mean? Maybe that's what you do. To me, we got media in the house. What up, media? You want to roll through, media? Let me know. Yeah, I just thought, this is the time to get all these new guys on board, train them on some things. This could help you out so much in the future. So, what's your thoughts?
Man, I totally agree. Like practice, right? Practice makes perfect. There's a little bit of too much practice, but you and I both played football, and I didn't play extensively, but I played for a little while. And you go and weight train on certain days, and you go and practice on other days, and sometimes there's 2-day practices, some days there's only 1-day practices, and some days you get the day off. But it's not 24/7, but you dedicate yourself to it. As a high schooler or a college student, you put a lot of time into training, and then it seems like now they've gotten to the NFL, and maybe there's certain players that take time off where you don't see others taking time off, and you're like, okay, is that guy more dedicated or is that guy just more skilled? Because to each their own, right? Some guys are like, I don't have to practice, and they're really good. Some guys have to practice and they're still not good. So is that, is that
some guys have to practice to stay good?
Exactly. And some guys just can't get enough of it, because that's exactly what they want to do. So, yeah, I mean, I would like to see him practice more. And, I want to see all the guys there. If it was up to me and I was the owner, I would make it somehow, some way I can get all the people that's in, my 49er group or my team to say, hey, we got, a city like Stockton. You guys all got a house there because I bought it for you. And when you're not on the team, then you got to give me the house back or something, or whatever, move on, but everybody's got a place to stay. And I want you to bring your family so everybody can feel comfortable during the year. You don't have to live in a hotel all the time, and then figure out how you can do the commute, maybe get it closer to the Bay Area than Stockton. But, that's my kind of thoughts is you would want the guys to be able to be comfortable coming to the stadium and, participating in practice or lifting weights and stuff. You'd want to have the best equipment at the stadium or the facility. So, the players are inclined to come to the stadium or the facility, be around the trainers. So, yeah.
I like what Tony brought up here. Your better half. She says OTAs help the crew get acclimated to each other and helps weed out those loose threads that need to get clipped before game day. It's the second part of that statement. I will say it's too early to kind of tell because they don't have pads on and not, but you do see those early those early signs. You know what I mean? You start getting them, and it's over. The next couple months is that you really look out and see if your first instincts on people were actually true. Because we've seen people in the league who they talk a big game. Look at Josh Rosen. I'm going to break all Brady's records. I'm going to do all this. What did he do except for stink up everything?
Yeah. Yeah, and he had a lot of talent, or like somebody like Johnny Manziel, he had a lot of talent, and they come in with this attitude, and you have to have an attitude to play. You have to feel like you're better than other people. You do. You need to go in and be like, I can compete. I belong to be here. But when sometimes you talk too much before you perform, that's you got to back up what you say.
To me, I don't like talking, because when you talk like that, other people want to knock you down a peg. Okay? If you just are that unsung hero and you just go in there, do your job, and everybody looks and goes, God damn, look at that guy. He just keeps on, he's top of the league, but yet he puts in the most effort and he does all this and this and that. That's the way to really get people, because then they're not trying to take you down a peg. They're trying not to hold you up on a pedestal. You know what I mean? Like other people around the league that you're playing against. You know what I mean? They have no ill will towards you. They there to do a job. They don't want to hurt. You know what I mean? That type of stuff. That's how you actually get somewhere. You know what I mean? Is those players that just, they got it. Look at John Lynch. He's one of those players. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Yeah. He doesn't want to go to the booth and make more money right now. He wants to compete for a championship. He wants to be on a championship team through, where he's at right now, and say, hey, I'm a GM and we want it this way. I want it as a player, and now I've won it as a GM.
Well, I think it's more the fact that he never was, oh, look at me. Oh, look at me. He just did all the work on the field. Mm-hmm. And anytime someone like that's going to come to you and talk to you about something, you're going to hold them with a whole bunch of respect. You know what I'm saying? Because he was never a flashy person. He just let the work do the talking for him. And so when he comes up and uses his words, that all that work he's put behind it is what got him to this point, and he's just trying to make sure he's getting across his information. And you're just like, okay, it's John Lynch. That guy used to clop people for a living. You know what I'm saying? Here he is, nice as this and that, and it's how people respect you and take and hold you up against others. And I don't know. I just don't like people using stuff that I said to motivate them against me.
Yeah, but that's going to happen. People are going to motivate themselves like, oh, he's got a bigger car too, and then they're going to want to go get a better car than you.
But that's something I can't really. That's something I have no control over. There's things I have control over that I keep control over. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but then there's other things that you can't control. Like you could go get a lady and somebody would want to take your lady from you because,
right.
You got her and they're jealous. So maybe
that's what I'm saying. But me talking out my ass isn't going to be something that somebody can use up because I'm not going to do it. That's what I'm saying. Like there's things you can.
It's not talking out your ass if you back it up. So sometimes people get big headed
right.
and confident and they come out and they say something and then they just don't back it up. So it's like, it's okay to talk again. Like it's okay.
Even though you talk and you talk, you can't always back it up. There's going to be a time where you can't back it up and you're going to be so used to talking that it's going to continue to happen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Sooner or later, you either have to perform or you can't be hurt from what the words are being said.
Well, even if you are performing and you get used to talking all, look at Sherm. Talking, chirping all the time. Da 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 da. He didn't talk so much when he got he beat. You know what I mean? And that's not always the case. Look at Josh Norman.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that guy. He was getting beat left and right. He's still running his mouth like he was, number one corner. You know what I mean? He's not. So it's that's what I'm saying. I just never got into the habit of doing that, because not only is it not what I want to portray, it's not what I don't want to give other people fuel, but it's easier to not have to go back and, explain why you were wrong because you never said it in the first place.
Yeah. Yeah. And again, I don't know. I mean, you can't predict the future. So if you want to come out and be bullish and say, oh, I'm going to beat everybody, okay, you got to go do it. So, but if you keep talking and stuff, that's because you're like very confident, you're an alpha, or you just like to talk. Like somebody like T.O. or something like that, you talk to everywhere. And maybe talk too much, and that got him put off the team. But
what up, Spongy?
Shout out to Little Sponge, favorite little Eagle guy. I tell you what, one day,
yeah,
he'll be red and gold. I got a feeling.
Ooh. I don't know. I think he's way too happy.
You know what I mean? You start hanging out with a bunch of red and gold guys. So it could happen.
I work with a Raiders fan.
I get along with Raider fans because I can talk to them about their team. I typically know more about them than their team. They do.
I was like, what? You telling me you don't like to watch my offense? You telling me you don't like to watch my defense? He was like, man, shut up. He's also got a LA Dodgers sweatshirt, but he don't watch baseball. I was like, Dodgers, huh? I said, you watch baseball? He's like, no. And I was like, oh, I got you. I know what you're doing. Yeah. He's just wearing it.
So is he a LA Raider fan, or is he an Oakland Raider fan, or is it just Raider Nation for him? You should ask him. But
I will. Because I also forgot to ask him about his thoughts on Jimmy G.
It sounds like he might not make the squad, man. And if he doesn't make the squad, there's been reports that he's coming back to us real cheap, and I hope that don't happen. I say just don't do it. Don't buy the cow. Don't buy the cow.
Steve-O, I love watching Lowell. Lowell's one of my favorite. The Cone Zone is one of my favorite shows.
Yeah, I like watching.
Lowell Cone told Jed York to fire himself. I love that. Look, you might not like his takes here and there, which is perfectly fine. I don't like everybody's takes all the time. Like, I don't like Grant's takes all the time. But what I like about him, he was unapologetically just like against management. You know what I mean? Like, it was his job to hold them accountable. So he had no problems telling them off or asking the hard questions.
Yep.
And to me, when I see the way they treat Grant, like Kyle, Jed, except for maybe John Lynch. I don't think John Lynch too much like treats Grant a certain way. But you could tell Kyle and Jed definitely, in fact, Jed even mentioned something about it in that owners meeting. Oh, I can't believe I was cutting you off to go to Grant. Isn't that crazy? You should be lucky he's not like his father. Like 100% the spitting image of his father. You should be lucky. You should be happy. You should be, hey, Grant, you're the best version of a cone. That you're not the best version of how to say the most applicable or not most palatable version of a cone towards the franchise that we've seen so far. And maybe we can be nice to you. You know what I'm saying? And you'll give us some slack every now and then, which he wouldn't, I don't think. But you know what I mean? You would think that they would be like, hey, let's try and, be nice to this one. Maybe it'll help us out at some point. Maybe we'll have some breathing room.
Nope. Well, they say they're like, you get older, you learn new tricks. If you've been doing it for a long time, it's kind of like your ballpark, your court, right? So for somebody younger to come in, where Lowell's not the owner, but he's definitely a little bit more knowledgeable in the franchise. And even though your family owns the franchise, he probably is a little bit more dedicated, even though he's not a fan, but can tell you more about your team because that's his job. So where you're making money, really don't have to do much to make money because fans are buying it and you already have a dynasty built mean, the Niners are always going to be a marketable team. We have 5 Super Bowls. Until there's multiple teams that clip 5, we're always going to be relevant. So for somebody like Lowell to come in and be like, what do you have to say? And look at Jen and be like, that's not acceptable. Like really give him a hard question. He's not going to be intimidated by him because he's been there. He's seen it. He's more dedicated to the team than this apparent heir, the heir to the throne. So for him to come in and treat him that way, maybe it wasn't the right way to do it, but more power to him too, because right now a lot of people give them the softball pitches, they're the soft questions, and they're not asking like really what the fans want to ask, and they're not. But when Grant comes in, he definitely gets a lot of shade thrown at him, and again, maybe he brings it on himself a little bit, but then maybe it's already been thrown at him because they already kind of feel like he's going to be asking a truer question. Again, when you got guys that are like kind of paid reporters, and then you guys have people more like Grant and other people out there that are doing it more for themselves, you're not getting the same opinion or the same facts.
So Steve-O says he only watches Cole, but sometimes he gets stuck on how old heads did it and it's not comparable. But at sometimes it is comparable. And you'll find that like sometimes the information that that Lowell has and the information that Grant has, you put them together and you put their both minds together, and they have a good explanation of this situation. Like understanding locker room dynamics. His father has a lot of insight to locker room dynamics. You know what I mean? And to me, that's really insightful because he's seen so many players. It's not that he was, next to a team. He's seen so many players, so many clubhouses, and so many different players go through them. It gives you a really good, eye for things. So to me, like I really think when you listen to Lowell and Grant talk on their show, I think you kind of gotta be reserved. You can't take everything as it's gold, but there's information there. Whether it's true in the points that they're talking, there's still information there. You know what I mean? And it can be used in other forms, in other situations.
Yeah, most definitely. I think it's definitely opinions, but there's also a lot of facts there. So you do have to listen to it because they're telling you things that legitimately happened, and they are telling you some opinions, but that's what their job is to write an opinion for us to hear, throw some facts in there and also throw a spin on it. And they're not spinning it where it's not believable. They're giving you their opinion on it. So shout out to the Cones. Keep doing what you're doing. Making the Niners accountable for what they say.
He tells it like it is, and he doesn't sugarcoat things.
Yep.
Does that sound like anybody you know?
Shout
realist.
Shout out to No Border Sports, No Crypto, No Ryan. He's the realest one. If everyone here is in the chat and they can hear what I'm saying, I mean, please like and subscribe. You're probably already subscribed, but if you're just passing through, this is the only one, man. He's the funny guy here. He holds it together, and later we'll have a panel and you'll see what I'm saying.
I think I forgot to do the description. So
no worries
on that real quick. Yeah, what other things this week? Oh, Jake Moody. Did you want to talk about Jake Moody? Supposedly he's coming.
He's doing good. Yeah, he's doing good. It sounds like I can't think of the the special teams coach's name. I keep on mispronouncing it, so I'm going to hold off on that, but I'll be able to have it down here shortly. But he gave him a lot of pride and pumped his chest about him, I guess, and give a little bit of insight on him going to bat for him for the draft. So that's really cool. And yeah, they've had a couple of kicker competitions. We're not going to hear everything because the reporters aren't there, for everything. But it sounds like the last kick, the first one that we heard about, they went 3 for 4, both kickers. And this one, he went for 4 for 4. And Zane wasn't doing as good. So Zane missed some kicks, and Moody definitely kicked some further ones out. So it's all, hey, cool, let's go. Hopefully he turns out to be the guy we need him to be. So yeah, really excited.
Yeah, he was supposedly some of his kicks were like 70 yarders essentially. Like he didn't make them. They're like 48 or whatever. But it seemed like it would have been good from 70, but with the wind at his back. So who knows what that could have been, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know what the wind was blowing, you know what I mean? But that's the information that we got. Which sounds great. Because
Yeah.
we didn't know what was going on here. Also, Jair Brown. Did you hear? I guess Brandon Ayuk said that Jair Brown's had like 3 or 4 picks in OTAs already.
Oh wow. What's a Jair Brown? I just heard it the other day. I think it was on a channel
What up,
with
Willie?
But didn't it was either Jair Brown clothesline Brandon Ayuk or Brandon Ayuk clothesline Jair Brown. But yeah, they're both tearing up camp right now, the way I heard it.
I guess who is it? Is it Jair Brown? I think Jair Brown is Brandon Ayuk's locker mate.
Okay.
And I guess he really likes the dude. So to me, that's great because you like each other. One's good, the other's good. It just means that there's going to be a better competition because you're going to go hard against your homeboy, you know, and appreciate them. You know what I mean? At the same time, so you can essentially be more aggressive against them without starting a fight because you know they're a friend of yours. You know what I mean? When you really like somebody, you can be tough. You could be and that's what wrestling's about. I'll tell you what, getting pushed. You just constantly, once you got a good partner, they're going to push you to be a better wrestler.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's about competing, you know, and it's about getting better and better. I had a buddy, we played chess a lot, you know, and me and him were in chess club in junior high school, and we had a lot of fun. We were both on the tournament to be able to go to San Francisco on the team, and I ended up moving, so I ended up, you know, default, you know, I left the spot, but there was a bracket, you know, so we were like top 4 in the class. But we'd come home to my house, and maybe you know, I had a little bit better of a house or easier house to come to after school. We just say it like that. My mom's always been a stay-at-home mom, you know, so like I'd come home and we could do our schoolwork real quick, or we already did that at school, whatnot. You know, my mom would typically have something for us to snack on or whatever, but we'd play chess for like 4 or 5 hours after school, and it would be back and forth, you know, and he'd tie me, or you know, not tie, checkmate, stalemate. But it was a lot of fun, and it got to a point where it's like he's trying to push me to get better, I'm pushing him to get better, and you know, we don't know each other's moves identical, but you know, we can anticipate this is how you're going to play and I'm going to play. So it was always like, how am I going to get over, you know, or it's always fun when you're playing somebody at like your skill level, because when you play somebody too high, then you can learn stuff, but they get bored, you know. But if you're playing somebody at your skill level, then you guys are both competitive, you know. And
it depends. If you got somebody who's better than you, they can take the time to teach you things as they go if they're that type. Not everybody's like that, but
that's the point, you know, if they're that type, because I've played against like grandmasters, and some of them are really cool, you know, and they're willing to sit there and play with you, and others are like, you know, they don't have any time for you. If you can't do a certain thing, and then, you know, bye, you know, like it's like, I don't know, like I almost want to say it's like if you're too smart, you know, you're smarter than me, so you don't have time to, you know, like we can play a game of chess even though you might beat me. There is the fool's mate, you know, so checkmate in 2 if you're not watching, you know. So
that happened to me in math class by Mr. DeLong. I had a dude, so first period of the morning, I had ADHD, so they kind of I got different types of classes. So it was like, you know, like the remedial classes, right?
mm-hmm.
But it's like our teacher knew we weren't remedial. Everybody in there was smart. You know what I mean? Like they were smart. They just didn't go by the regular things. Like one of the guys is a council member at the tribe at one of the richest tribes in the United States. You know what I'm saying? Like another guy is like, anyway, there's lots of people who make a great amount of money that were in that room. And we started the mornings. It was a math class. We started the mornings either playing chess or by playing cribbage. And it was just to get your mind going. You know what I mean? And you were doing things that were essentially fun, but like cribbage, you're counting, and you're also using strategy. You're counting. You're trying to get, you're trying to point out as you go and all this good stuff. And chess, even though it isn't numbers, it's great for the brain, which I suggest anybody listening right now, if you haven't played chess, learn how to play chess. It's a really good game. It'll teach you how to think ahead. And it's really good, especially like if you have to come up with a plan really quick. You know what I mean? That's because then you're able to check all the boxes because you've been playing chess, and you have to do this before you can do this, before you can do this, before you can do this. So, yeah, play some chess.
Yeah.
One of the best classes I ever had. Thanks, Mr. DeLong. Oh, and we would listen to CCR as we were playing chess. So, not just CCR, but that was the number one hit.
My freshman school, my freshman year was taking a football to school every day and a chessboard to school every day. And we would start out in the morning throwing the ball around before school started with my fellow teammates. And then my fellow teammates that I'd known since junior high and stuff, we'd go into the lunchroom, not the lunchroom, the library, and start playing chess. And we used to go to the classroom where the chess club was at, but everybody in there was just sitting there watching us play chess. They would never play chess. And, like if you're standing around, watching two guys play chess or three guys, it's not, I don't know. So we didn't get like cool vibes. So we would go to the library and we started playing there. And that was my freshman year at high school, carrying a football and a chessboard to school every day.
You know what I forgot to do? We forgot to do?
What's that?
I forgot to tell the story how my mom almost got picked up on by OJ Simpson.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I heard about this when I went back to California to help my mom take care of my grandma. My grandma had dementia.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole time I was down there, she knew who I was for about a day and a half. All the whole other 6 months, I was just the nice, strong man from the home. So my mom and I was reminiscing about my childhood and grandma, right? And I was like, Mom, can you believe that she thought OJ Simpson didn't kill Nicole Brown Simpson or Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman? I go, that was crazy. Now, for everybody's reference, if you haven't heard, my grandma told me, I asked her, did OJ Simpson kill her? And she says, oh, no, he couldn't have. I said, how? Right? Because, like, what evidence have you heard, Grandma? You know what I'm saying? Because all this other evidence kind of seems like he's the one that did it. And she just goes, he was such a good ball player. So Grandma canceled him out from the start because he was such a good ball player. He could never have killed his wife over jealousy. Or his a strange ex-wife over jealousy, right?
Yeah.
So I told my mom that. I'm like, how could she ever do that? She's like, oh, I know. She's like, I met him once. I said, you did? And she says, yeah, he was trying to make time with me. Right? And I'm like, what? Right? I have no idea what making time means. But it's, the son of the preacher man.
Yeah.
Taking time to make time. Okay. Making time is having sex. So she explains it. He was trying to sleep with me. And like I'm clicking this conversation and the lyrics to Son of a Preacher Man at the same time. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So she says, yeah, I'm at a club. And this is how she explained it. She's like, back in the day, you wouldn't think it, but I used to be really pretty. That's what she said. She's like, it was in the 70s. It was back in the day of mini skirts. She says, I was, tall. My mom was taller for a lady, had long legs. You know what I'm saying? So that era was right up her alley. You know what I mean? So she said, yeah, he was talking about his car that was parked out front. I'm guessing he did the whole move where he pulls up front to the place and parks his car out front, immediate front, so everybody's got to walk past it, wonder whose car that is, and then he could just turn around and get chicks with it all night, right?
Yeah.
So, shout out. What up, Jess? So yeah, he was trying to like ask her about the car, and she's like, I guess she knew who he might have been. But she was always attracted to nerds. Like she just wanted smart dudes. You know what I mean? She didn't care necessarily for the looks. It was always between the ears. And so him talking about the car was a real turnoff to her. You know what I'm saying? She's like, I don't give a shit about a car. Like, what's your major? You know what I'm saying? What's your area specialty? You know what I mean? Like, yeah. So like, I don't know, which is funny because my dad's like, it's not necessarily a genius, but he's like he's a mad car scientist. Let's just put it that way. Okay. And like his brothers who are all like they're pilots, the crop dusting pilots or like airplane mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
They still call him up to ask him questions about what to do with certain things because he's got it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
he took apart every toy as a kid and couldn't put most of them back together. But then, you know, that paid off later when he figured it out. So, yeah. So that was the time OJ Simpson tried to diddle my mom.
Well, shout out to your mom. Good for her, you know. And if she did or she didn't, but you know, your mom sounds like a very noble lady. And for her to be able to stand up and say, you know, hey, I got standards, and it's not just about the V8 under the hood. You know, no, that's really cool. OJ was a good player, and I don't know what happened. You know, maybe the ninja knows. So we'll just leave it at that.
Jealousy, man. You got to think that ego. He probably felt like she was his property. You know what I mean? Like the separation didn't mean anything in his eyes. That was my chick, and that's why he killed her.
Yeah.
Because it was his right to take her out of that world, out of this world. You know what I mean? Because she's his. You know what I mean? That's how I see him thinking. You know what I mean? I think that's the only way you can go through with that is that you're my property. You know what I mean? And then Ron Goldman was just collateral damage. Like no witnesses, bro. You you know, or you're the one trying to screw my wife. Okay, well, you going down too. One or the other.
Yeah, you know, everything points to him. It really does. And then the book that came out and stuff.
Allegedly.
I don't know if he did it, you know, because it's all allegedly. But I can tell you, I was in the 4th grade when that court case was happening. I remember the school shut down. Didn't shut down, but all the teachers turned on the court case, and we were sitting there watching it. And I'm like, who is this guy? You know, because it's like 4th grade. You know, I think I started watching like football like the year after that. And I was like, I don't know who OJ is. Went home talking to my mom and dad a little bit about it, and you know, I remember seeing the clips of the Ford Bronco going down the highway. And I'm like, all right, well, you know, and then everybody's just always said bad stuff about him. But then I found out he was a 49er later, and he was a I want to say Patriot, and yeah, I mean,
you see Jess's comment here.
One person who should be out of the Hall of Fame. Yeah, again,
I swap him for Roger Craig.
Yep.
I like it, Jess.
Yeah, Roger Craig's going to get in. I really, truly believe he's going to get in. I think it was a little bit of, a lot of people are probably still upset about that fumble. And I think that's that's the only thing we can point to and say, why isn't he in? It's got to be that. That's the only thing. I know.
Roger Craig is one of the reasons why I was able to get my first bicycle. Okay. My mom put money on one of them office squares, and it was the NFC Championship before the Super Bowl with Roger Craig in it. Was it 89?
Okay. Yeah.
And yeah, my square hit. And I got like $100. And that was enough to get me a Huffy, one of them black and red Huffy BMX Huffies back in the day.
Yeah.
Yep. Shout out to the 89 49ers. Bought me a bike.
Yeah.
I was like, I won this money. My mom's like, yeah, we're going to buy you a bike with that. I was like, that's even cooler. You didn't take that $100, give me a bike? Yeah, let's get that bike.
Yeah. Get your first bike. You know, that's, yeah. I first bike my dad bought me, you know, like brand new bike, right? You know, because we always got one from like whatever, you know, like flea market or something like that, you know. But when he first bought me a bike, it was at Target. We go in and I got a Pacific, you know. I thought that was a cool bike. It was a mountain bike. And we're bringing it out of the store. Both me and my brother, you know, have bikes. We're walking through the store. We were super proud, happy. You know, my dad's ringing it up, you know, getting it checked out. We go outside and, you know, they're like, it's okay. Go ahead and get on the bike and ride, you know. So we just went across the parking lot just a little bit. And what happens? I find out right immediately on my knee. I've never, ever stopped hurting. My knee's always been hurting, that knee, you know. So I'm like, I don't know if I did something bad then, but I definitely nailed my kneecap really bad that day. And I'm super happy I had a bike, but I'm like, first time on a bike and I fall, you know, I know how to ride a bike, you know, so that will always live on in my mind. I was right here at Target, you know. I live right down the street now from Target, so it's the same store. I go there like all the time.
Target.
Yep. Shout out to Target.
Yep. Yeah. What else is going on in 49er land? Drake Jackson. News about Drake Jackson. I was happy to hear that he was in camp so early. Well, you know, back at the facility so early. But at the same time, like when Coach Kasarik, he was talking about he might need maybe two, you know, might see his final form by year 2 or 3. So in other words, Coach Kasarik is not thinking he's going to be the answer at the start of the season. That's what that meant to me. I did not catch that. I think I was hearing about how much training he had put in, and I was like, oh, yay. But I think it makes sense. I saw, was it Grant and Coach talking about him? And Coach explained that he had all that weight fluctuation in college, and he wasn't able to stay at one weight and continuously build muscle and stay at that one weight. So you build muscle on a certain frame, cutting fat as you go, building leaner and leaner muscle. You know what I mean? And that's how people they can stack gains on top of gains that way. With what he was doing, his body never got to a certain size. It was always guessing on what he was going to be. He couldn't really make gains. So now maybe that's the reason what they're saying is 2 to 3 years, because now he's been at a where he's supposed to be. And now it's going to take those 2 years, that NFL body time. So, but I don't know. I have a feeling that he's got speed. And he's got that bend.
Yeah.
So I see him being out there. And whether he's got the full NFL body yet or not, if he's halfway or 2/3 of the way, all that other athleticism is going to help him stay on the field in cases where other people couldn't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, most definitely. He's very athletic. They've moved him around at different positions, the way I understand it. So that's why his weight fluctuated, because he was always trying to.
It wasn't necessarily moving around at positions. It was the scheme. But yes, positions, because he, you know, going from end to outside linebacker, but that's essentially because of the scheme. It wasn't because, like, oh, we're gonna keep the 4-3 and we're gonna move you from DN to linebacker. You know what I mean? It was just we're going from a 3-4 to a 4-3, vice
But
versa.
that's what I heard for him. His college, is he's went back and forth in different positions, so his weights fluctuated maybe because of that. And now that he's concentrated or designated at the D line, he can actually start putting on weight. You would have hoped that he could have done that last year, but now what I got out of the reports is he didn't come in necessarily as dedicated as he should have been. Where there's other guys that are like more physical and more like we're doing reps, and he wasn't there doing the reps when they're like, "Hey, it's bro time. We're doing reps." And just because you can put up a bunch of weight, doesn't mean that you can put it out on the field either. So I mean, there's a fine line. Just because you got a big arm doesn't mean you can throw the ball super far either. So there's that too. But I guess that's the reports that I've heard is they weren't necessarily super happy that he wasn't putting in the time to do the exercises and the weights that he should. And now he's there and they're really happy that he's starting to put in the time. So put the weight on, go out there, put the reps in, because practice makes you perfect. And I think, we've already seen 1 year, so 2 to 3 years you're right. That's his timetable. Hopefully he can take a big jump this year, but that's what I understand.
Oh, we got Korey Davis. What up, Korey?
Hello. How y'all doing?
Good. How are you this evening?
I'm doing good. Mad at my computer because I'm trying to get on here on my computer and it's taking this sweet time.
Was it
Come
with you,
on.
Korey?
Huh?
Was it messing with you, Korey?
Yep. I rebooted and turned it off, turned it back on and everything. It still won't try to get on the internet. It won't go.
It doesn't want to get on the internet?
Nope. It's keep on putting up there like it's gonna get on it, then say, "Oh no, not yet."
Did you unplug your router?
Yep.
Okay, just burn it all.
Yep.
I hate it when you're like, oh, I do everything that's supposed to. I haven't done anything to it, right? Since the last time I used it, I haven't clicked any other weird thing. All right, I went to bed. Now it's not working. Yep. So with the first Xbox, my buddies and I, he gets an Xbox. I end up getting an Xbox, but we find there's Xbox Live, right? And we wanna play Xbox Live because there's this airplane game. It's like I don't know. It's kind of like cartoon airplane, so it's not like realistic. Can't remember the name was. And then there was Rainbow Six 3 Black Arrow, and it was like Rainbow Six is more of like a realistic type shooter, and it was then too. And it was like one of the first multiplayers online that you go around and shoot people, right? So it was like, oh man, we got to get this thing. And so I got a router. We put the 2 Xboxes on. We're playing for like a day and a half. And then we go to turn it on and it won't work. And it's telling us something like, I can't remember, NUDP, something like that, right? To the point where I got to spend a week on the phone with Linksys and Xbox Live to figure out what's going on. And turns out the router had some things turned off. So I had to go through and fix the things and the settings in the router from the Xbox because we didn't have a computer. And it was just some crazy stuff. And we finally got it online. And then we continued our journey. But yeah, wow. We had 4 Xboxes online in the same room playing that Rainbow Six 3 Black Arrow. you could look over and see where somebody just got shot from. It was pretty bad.
That's crazy. So, like going to school, like I remember, I think it was called El Diablo or something like that, and it was crazy. It was a PC game, and or was it El Diablo or was it just Diablo?
It was
But
just Diablo.
oh man, my friends got to play that, you know, because they had it at home at their house, and I'd come over, and I'd just be like watching them play, and I thought that was kind of a cool game, but never got into that kind of stuff. Really,
I think Swan Song is into Diablo.
okay,
Maybe.
Swan Song.
I know Jason Mangold is. I haven't spoke to him in a while, but he was all stoked about Diablo coming out last time I talked to him, because they were it wasn't coming out, they were redoing an old version, and I think talking about coming out with a new one. But yeah, Diablo is one of them old school games that's it's just got its place.
So David's now on Twitter. So if you want to add him to the group chat.
Oh yeah,
I just sent him the link to the show. So
you should be able to add him to the chat yourself. I guess YTC's got a live fish on in his chat there. Oh, I don't know what that means.
That's crazy. Okay, I'll try to add David then.
Yeah. Okay. So let's look at the news of the week real quick. Funny, we have not found a team going for DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah. You'd think he'd been gone already.
Yeah, that's telling. What does that, Korey?
Yes.
Let's start with you. You just got on. You hadn't been able to. Bryant and I have been talking for the last 47 minutes nonstop. We can shut up for a second. You tell us, what does DeAndre Hopkins not only not being signed, but not being rumored to be in talks with and close to signing with a team, what does that mean about him and his stock, his future?
That's kind of weird. It seems like there'll be teams out there jumping for him,
right?
You know, and I wonder if it's the money. Maybe he's asking for too much money.
There isn't a lot of cap room. Now, people can always restructure, but maybe they're like, is every team in a situation? Oh, what up, Seahawks Eddie? Thank you for stopping in, sir. We appreciate you. Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Too, he wants to go to a contender.
Oh, and none of the contenders are calling, huh?
Mm-hmm. Like we are set with our receivers, so we ain't gonna look for them. And he probably said, I ain't going to the Rams. I don't think they're gonna be contenders. I'm surprised Cowboys or the Eagles haven't even tried to pick them up.
So I don't think the Eagles need him.
Yep.
I don't think the Eagles need him. Who's the other one you said?
Cowboys.
Cowboys, yeah. So the Cowboys, to me, they're the one team I wouldn't sign with if I wanted to go to a contender.
I'll be coming in on my computer.
Okay. It seems like the Cowboys, they're not really a contender. Look at how they go out every year. And you're talking about this year now their offense is going to be going under a new person. Right? So not to say that they can't kind of pick up where they left off, but I don't think they're going to be as knowledgeable in this new guy's system as they were beforehand. So what makes you think that they're going to be able to get over the hump? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which has been the 49ers, but I don't think it's just the 49ers. I think they can't get past that next level of opposition or opponent in the playoffs. Like I don't think they can get past the divisional round.
Yeah, it's true. They can't. And I don't know. That's strange. That is his attitude, something. Why Arizona release him? You know,
Arizona released him because they weren't trying to pay his $20 million in salary. And they couldn't get anybody to trade with them to pay that $20 million in salary. Now, they were willing to buy a pick by paying the salary as long, or paying his money as long as they were able to get a good pick. You know what I mean? So somebody could be like, well, we'll give you a second, but you got to eat 12 mil. You know what I mean? So somebody's paying 12 mil essentially for a second round pick. And DeAndre Hopkins at that time is like, just, yeah. To me, it just doesn't make sense. There's nothing in it for anybody there. I just don't think the deal makes sense in any way, especially what the cap looks like at this point in time in the season for everybody. So that's why they had to just cut him, because it's like, get him out of here, get him off our books before he costs us money. You know what I mean? At least, you know, he can go somewhere. Two teams did talk, put in requests to make a trade, and it was the Chiefs and I think of Baltimore Ravens. Not sure though, not 100%. But to me, if you were going to trade for him, or talking about trading for him, you knew you were going to have to. Oh, they were trying to buy the pick. They were trying to let the pick get bought. Like the Chiefs, they were trying to use they were going to try and use a higher pick to kind of swap it off, and then they don't have to pay the cap and sneak them on the team, you know, under the cap. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, see, that's the team he should go to as a contender. Chiefs.
Yeah, that to me is like the best idea. If I was him, if I was him, I got all my ducks in a row, you know what I mean, as far as money. You know what I mean? Like, I've got my money invested, you know, my house is paid for, I got property taxes for the foreseeable, you know, forever, you know, put away already. You know what I mean? Kids got to trust. You know what I mean? We're all set up financially. Give me a couple $1 million. Let's go win a fucking Super Bowl, Patrick, Andy,
Yep,
Travis. Let's all do it. Let's do this. Tyrann Mathieu. Let's do this, bro.
Yep.
That's what I would. I pay me 50 cents. You know what I'm saying? All I want is that damn ring and to hoist up that trophy. You feel me?
Yep. That's what I would do.
I would cut off parts of my body for that. You know what I'm saying? I'd Ronnie Lott some things. You know what I'm saying? Oh, take the tip of my pinky. Yeah. Super Bowl win for the tip of my pinky. Let's do it.
Yes. It's weird that he even got signed. I thought he'd be signed real fast. Somebody would say, oh, let's go get him.
Or there would be buzz around a couple of teams kind of fighting over his, you know, fighting over his talent. You know what I mean? Like, he's got a couple different options. He's in the middle of talks with a couple different teams right now. I don't know. I think there's something like there's a book written on him. You know what I'm saying about how he is as a person, like his personality traits. You know what I mean? And maybe that is what's hindering people because they're like, maybe I don't want that on the team. You know what I mean? Maybe how much he's asking, his age, the book that's out on him. You know what I mean? Also, I heard people saying that, like, I guess this is from GMs, and some GMs think that he's kind of slower now, and he can't really gain separation. He can still make great contested catches, but he can't gain separation. So you can't really pay him all that money and then turn around and not get what you need out of him. It's not, and that's going to be your number one wide receiver. You can't gain separation, and it can only make contested catches. For the most part, not only. Sorry, for the most part, it makes contested catches. Yeah. So maybe that's it. Maybe the Cardinals know that he's not worth 20 million whatsoever, and maybe other teams are like, you're not worth more than 6 or 7. And then he just got off, having these issues with the PEDs. Not to say that he did them or not, you know what I mean? I know Travarius Ward called him a steroid boy, but I know a lot of these players, they know how easy they can pop for this type of stuff, so they are very, very strict about what they put into their bodies. Just because some stupid moment of not knowing what you're doing, you know what I mean, can just totally wreck you. So I don't necessarily buy into the fact that he was actually doping, using PEDs, but I don't know. He could have been. But I think maybe there's also some of that. No one knows if we're going to bring him on the team. He's going to have personality issues with some of the people in the locker room. And then he's tested for PEDs. That's not healthy.
Are you ready? Are we
ready?
Are you ready? Here's my hot take. All right. Early prediction. D-Hop going to the Raiders.
Oh, I thought he said he wanted to be a contender.
Hey, think about it.
I've thought about it. I don't know, because then he'd be competing with Devontae Adams.
Well, would he be competing, or would he be like his Batman or his Robin? If he's going to be that guy to make the contested catches, Adams can go down. Devontae can go deep. He can take the top off. These two could be. I'm thinking that could be something that dink and dunk could happen.
But then you've got you've got Specimen X, the Specimen X dink and dunker at the helm. Now, let's say, okay, I got an idea here. Tom Brady's an owner in the Raiders, right? So what if Tom Brady goes out to DeAndre Hopkins? He's like, D-Hop, look, I'm coming out to play this year, so just come out, sign on the team. We're not breaking the news yet. Just come sign on the team. I'll throw you balls. I'll throw you touchdowns, bro. Don't worry. We'll do this.
Yeah, that could do. But
Tom Brady rumors
that'd
never
be strange,
dead.
though. But that'd be strange.
Hell yeah, it'd be strange.
You know what, though? He leaving
Jackie Moon that shit. Jackie Moon that shit, Tom.
But see, he leaving one trash organization to go to another trash organization.
Dude, out of all teams to buy shares in, the fucking Raiders.
Well, it wasn't just the Raiders though. It was he bought shares in the other Las Vegas team that Mark Davis owns, and he also got shares of the Raiders because of that. So he initially went into a different team.
I don't care. I would have gone to the people who were trying to buy the Redskin or the Commanders and be like, I'm in on
No,
this. Get me in on this. Yeah.
I hear you, Ryan, but that's the 49er thing inside of us, and I know you're from California too, so the hate against the Raiders. But
No, it's not about that. It's
Tom
about
Brady,
the freaking owner. It's about the owner.
But you're replacing the owner. You're starting to chip away.
You're not
now.
replacing the owner. You're not replacing the owner. The dumbass is still in charge. And now your bottom line is dependent on that idiot. Who's what? Okay, so is he gonna just?
You have to get into it, to be able to like chip away. Like right now he owns like 1%. Next year he could own like 10%, right? And then start going from there and be like, hey,
and Mark Davis is just gonna sell him the whole team. Yeah, sure.
No, but why would he sell him a portion of the team? Why would you open it up at all if you're not in favor of transitioning or getting out of the team? And all I wanted to say is Tom Brady
because he wants some money in your pocket.
Tom Brady will be forever. So is Mark Davis hurting that bad? He owns two sport teams. So I don't think that's that's not.
But what it does is it brings more marketing to. It's like free marketing to the team. But at the same time, why the hell do I want to buy into the Raiders who have continuously sucked?
That's my
point.
The
Cowboys are head.
That's my point.
And you think Tom Brady's going to come to the team and change something when the idiot Davis is still in charge?
You'd have to ask Tom Brady that, because I don't know his mentality. But I know Tom Brady, whatever he does for the rest of his life, he'll always be linked to the 49ers, the Patriots, now the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and the Raiders. He'll always be linked to the Raiders for the tuck roll, the snow game, all that. That's how he got to where he got to be Tom Brady.
It makes less sense now that you said it. It makes even less sense.
No, because why not? You're not a hater. You don't hate the Raiders. You're there now to help.
But Mark, it makes less sense for Mark Davis.
You buried the Raiders.
I know you used to be on debate, but it doesn't. You don't have to debate everything to the end.
But you can let me get some words out too, before you keep on trying to change what we were talking about. And I wanted to say exactly what I said. Tom Brady will be always linked to the Raiders. So, we're not debating that. I wanted to say that. And, if you keep on cutting me off before I can say it, then I just got to be quiet, I mean.
But you said that.
No, you wouldn't let me say that. And that's what I wanted to get to. So, Tom Brady bought the team because now he's built with him. So if you think Mark Davis shouldn't have sold him the team, he did. And he sold him a portion of it.
Bad all the way around.
I have a question.
Yeah, Korey.
What did Belichick just got caught doing before the draft or something? What he did? It was talking about he cheated or something.
Another gate. He did something. I can Google it real quick, but I heard it too. I heard it on the Pat McAfee show.
Hey, Spongy, would you change your name on Discord too? Put it in the chat, please.
Because they always getting caught doing something.
They're always cheating.
Cheated. So what's this news I hear about Aaron Rodgers? I heard there was new news or something. Everybody know? No.
No, I didn't hear nothing about Aaron Rodgers.
What was it? Oh. Packers wide receiver Dobbs said that he doesn't see big difference between Love and Rodgers. Jordan can do it, he says. I think Jordan is a really good quarterback. When you go from Aaron Rodgers to Jordan, Aaron was really great quarterback, but I believe Jordan can do the same thing. I don't really see what's the big difference. What's your thoughts on that?
I don't see that. I don't see that in Jordan. I don't know. I don't know if just I don't know. He just don't rub me that he's a great quarterback.
Bryant,
good quarterback. He's rub me.
I didn't completely hear what you said. I was listening and Googling at the same time. So what did Aaron Rodgers do?
Oh, it said Romeo Dobbs. It said that there's not much of a difference. Or he doesn't really see the big difference in Jordan Love and Aaron Rodgers.
Oh. From the Packers? That's what the Packers player is saying?
Yep, Romeo Dobbs from the Packers.
Well, that makes sense, and that would be cool because I kind of believe in Jordan Love. My buddy Josue Alvarez Map, he's very he's held back a little bit.
What have we seen from him?
Exactly, and that's what he said too. So, but you've ran the same offense, the same playbooks, like I'm sure he's playing at home on Madden, so he knows the offense. Right?
but that doesn't mean he's putting the passes in the same places or like is running the offense the same way. Because
well,
Aaron Rodgers had his, if you see this, you do this because I'm going to throw it this way. You know what I mean? So you have to remember this because if not, we might get an interception. You know what I mean? He's got those little things. So.
And I agree. I think Aaron Rodgers is like super smart like that, where he's like anal is probably the best word for it. He's very into the moment, and tells everybody that you have to be on page. You have to be, you have to know exactly what we're going to do in a situation. I agree. And that's where I kind of think like he's probably like one of the ultimate like backyard football quarterbacks where, like if the play breaks down, he's like, okay, my guys are going to know we're doing this or that. So
Korey,
I would think that he's better, but
Korey, check the private chat. Sorry, Bryant.
I can do it too. But real quick though, like while we're talking, I can tell you what happened with the Patriots. They just recently got in trouble, and their violation isn't disclosed at this time.
Oh, they still haven't disclosed it, huh?
Yeah, but they're gonna lose like 2 practices because of it. So,
I thought the whole next week was canceled.
Oh, maybe more.
Which I don't think it's a whole like 5 or 7 days. I think it's like 3 or 4 or something like that, right. Or whatever was, I guess, scheduled. Yeah. So who knows? Because I think they make their own schedules.
That's crazy. The Patriots are always getting caught doing something. But, if you're not, like the Raiders kind of say it, if you're not trying to cheat, you ain't trying to win, so.
To a certain extent.
I don't really like thinking like that, mentality, but shout out to the guys that stick them.
Yeah. To me, like, I don't like cheating. To me, if you have to cheat, other than like the little stuff you get away with on the offensive line, on the defensive line, the little stuff like that where it can't be seen, where it's not like egregious. You know what I mean? Like, to me, face masks, that's uncalled for. You know what I mean? Like, it's the little stuff that, the penalties, not the cheating, but the penalties that you kind of get away with. That to me is okay. In the trenches and stuff like that. When you are coming up with the plan to, like rig something or do something in a way to give you an advantage on a whole front, to me that's not right. And if you've got to do that, then you're not good. You don't deserve it.
There's certain players that do certain things. I've heard 49er players, I've heard other linemen say it, like, when you go to block, if you can get a couple hits into the guy's ribs before they get their arms up, that's just like, and I guess that's just like part of football, but
I used to hit people with my face mask, face fast to face mask. You're not supposed to do it. And I used to come up and my thing is I would hit them with my face mask right before I made contact with my hands.
Yep.
So it almost looked like the same fluent motion. So like my hands would my hands would be up in them and this and that, and their head would go back and it would look like I was, this and that, and their head, this and that.
Yeah.
But I did that so it would make them blink. And once they blink, I'm able to make some sort of move. They can't see with their eyes shut.
Right. So there's like strategy to it, like, because again, like you can't call, you can if you want. Every play could have a penalty, but then it's not really football, is it? I mean, like at a certain point, you kind of have to be like, hey, knock it off, get your finger out of that, and I mean, like you can't let the guys continue it, but maybe like once or twice you see the guy do something, maybe hands to the face, but if he keeps doing it, but if you're ticky tacky and you call it on every play, you're not letting the guys actually get out there and compete. Sometimes there are like mental breakdowns, like I just hit the guy. I didn't know what to do. I just punched him, and you're like, no, you don't just punch the guy. Well, we'll talk later, like shoot now and we'll explain later, like, no, don't shoot first. But that's all people's reactions. Hey, shout out to everybody in the chat. I mean, like Korey, thanks for coming on. We got Jeff in the chat, little Spongy. We got a bunch of other good people. Jon Jay's jumping around. He's here. David McNiner's coming soon. We're gonna have a really good time. A little bit later, I think we'll have probably a new segment, but I think we need a little bit of time to put that together.
Did Jon Jay get it in? I sent him a link.
I sent it to him too.
He's not here yet. It looks like the Cowboys became one of the top. Let's see. Hold on. Looks like the Cowboys claim the top spot of Forbes' 25 most profitable sports teams with a total operating income of $1.17 billion. What up, Spongy?
What's good?
Spongy?
What's good?
Hey, little sponge.
What's good?
What's good?
Patriots came in at number 2 with $623 million.
Deflategate? Yeah, that's what that team did.
The New York Knicks, that shithole of a team, racked in $404 million. They're number 4. They haven't won shit in forever. The Houston Texans, holy Jesus, they're number 6 on the list with $356 million. Golden State Warriors only made $348 million. The Lakers made $333 million. And the Rams, $318. Yeah, that's crazy. Anybody got any thoughts on that?
Where are my Philly teams? Come on.
Oh, it said it only had the top 10 on there. I don't know where the top 25 was. I think the 49ers would have been right under the Rams. I hate to say that, but I don't know how.
Rams are bad.
I don't know how the Rams pulling that much money suck.
Because they're in LA, basically.
They're buying it. The numbers are totally fake. Totally fake. You go to a Rams stadium, 49ers. You go to a Rams game against any other team, it's the opposing team that runs that stadium. I know.
Besides when Matt Stafford's wife decides to buy all the tickets, so it doesn't look like an embarrassment.
Thank you, little
See,
son.
Spongy, why aren't you a 49ers fan? Jeez.
It's not gonna take much longer. You're hanging out with these Niner guys. It's gonna happen. But it's okay, like shout out to you and the Eagles. But when you say your favorite team is the Niners, we won't roast you for it. The
We'll
things
even
like
put a pool together to get you some jerseys.
the thing that you said though is really interesting because a lot of 49er fans know that, diehard 49ers fans know the Rams were trying to stop us from buying tickets to LA. How are you going to stop us from buying tickets? Why do you raise the ticket prices for a certain fan? And then, honestly, when I go to buy a ticket, why are you asking me what team I like?
Oh, wait, they did that?
Niner games, all kinds of NFL games. You ask, when you go to buy your ticket, they'll ask you, there's a little bubble down below that says, what fan are you?
Damn.
I don't think that's
Rams
right.
in there.
I don't think that's right.
In there.
Yeah, always go as the home team.
Yep, I'm on the home team. I don't think
home
right.
team. At one point, they were figuring out what area code or zip code you were from, and they weren't
just
letting
because
you buy tickets.
Just because you're from a certain place doesn't mean you.
Oh, they were doing it because they had to go to a silent count in their own stadium.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Miss Stafford didn't like that.
Miss Stafford did not like how upset her man got. Korey, tell him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's won a
Didn't
Super Bowl. He should be fine. He won a Super Bowl. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's gonna probably be his last Super Bowl.
It's to preach, Korey.
His
Preach.
first and his last.
Yep.
He should have retired then. He's
Jared
gonna
Goff
be so busted and broken later on in his life.
Jared Goff will win his chip before Stafford gets his second.
So Matthew Stafford came to the Rams, right? And it's interesting because the Rams and the Niners both were interested in him, but the Niners were more interested in Deshaun Watson.
No.
So when we were trying to figure out if we wanted Watson or Stafford, Stafford was down there in Mexico with Sean McVay, and they were signing the deal right there on the table, taking shots together. So we totally missed that. But the Niners options, Matthew Stafford's choices were the 49ers or the Rams, and he signed with the Rams because they took interest in him first. He won a Super Bowl with them, but before he came to their team, he broke his back in Detroit. He literally broke his back. So yes, he's not going to be in the league much longer. He's got a broken back. Now his elbow's all messed up. You got your ring.
He'll turn into Carson Wentz after he wins his first Super Bowl. He'll just fall off from then.
You got your ring. Like the Rams paid for the ring. They played the Patriots and they lost that Super Bowl in LA against the Patriots. And Jared Goff. I mean, people are like, man, people like Jimmy Garoppolo and Jared Goff. They get you to the Super Bowl. A good defense can get you to the Super Bowl.
Goff's doing better now. Better than he did with.
Did you see him in the Pro Bowl with like all those talented wide receivers almost lose the NFC the Pro Bowl?
Yeah.
He had the best of the best around him, and he looked mid at
Well,
best.
that's also not a game that really matters.
So it should even be easier because nobody's actually going hella hard.
You should be able to show off your talent, and be able to be like, oh, we're just playing backyard football, and the best player is going to go up and catch the ball. If you don't want to, dominate, okay, but there should be players that are like, I'm going to skid my knuckles for that ball, or I'm going to look good. So when Jared Goff has players that are elite and he can't deliver, that's why he's not in LA anymore.
Yeah. I just golf isn't the guy. And I think the Lions' one mistake at this point wasn't drafting somebody to kind of move into his spot this year.
They
What up,
drafted
Jon
Hendon Hooker.
Jay?
They got
What?
Hendon Hooker.
What's up, guys?
Oh, they did get Hendon Hooker. That's right.
Yep.
Hooker, if he can do it, if golf falls off, he can definitely fill in that spot.
Chat's popping. We got 49er Giant Lakers.
What
Thanks for
up?
coming.
Thanks for
Go
stopping
Giants.
by again. Appreciate you. Oh, look at his mask. He's got a Sting mask and a baseball bat.
Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly.
When I was a kid, I used to like Sting a lot. And one Halloween, I painted my face like Sting. And all my friends were like, oh, man, we wanted to be that. I don't know why I like Sting, but yeah. Yeah.
Every kid likes Sting. I remember like in my early days of watching wrestling, this was before the Attitude Era. Like I had seen it only a couple of times. It wasn't something my mom put on at all. It totally wouldn't have been her thing. So it wasn't my thing. Like growing up, I got to watch the Disney Channel or Channel 9. And I'm talking about not just in the mornings. I'm talking about all times of the day. So like if I wasn't watching something on Disney, I was watching some documentary or educational thing on Channel 9. Or it was like some British show, you know what I mean? Or murder mystery or something like that, right? So yeah, that's how I saw everything.
Did you ever see the PBS English show, Red Light, Green Light?
No, I did see a Thin Blue Line that had Rowan Atkinson, Mr. Bean, as a police officer. He's a captain and a British police officer. And there was another officer in there that had this repeating joke. He would ask you if you wanted to see do you want to see my impression of an elephant, he said. And the joke is he would pull his pockets out like elephant ears, and then he'd go to pull his fly down and pull his stuff out, like for the trunk of the elephant. You want to see my elephant impersonation? And then when he said, do you want to see my plum tree impersonation? He pulls his pockets out again and goes to pull his dick out. So, I mean, it was a great show. Also, Red Dwarf.
Red Light, Green Light was a TV show on PBS, like KVIE. It was public broadcasting television, but it was cool. It was from the British, UK. It was funny, but they had like that kind of type of Monty Python kind of
Python.
Yeah, kind of humor. So it was funny. It was funny.
Are you being served? I don't know if you remember that. There was a one about the British department store and the lady with the pink hair. Yeah, that was a great show.
My grandfather would watch that show before he passed away. He loved that
Can
show.
barely hear you, John.
Is my mic working?
It sounds like you're like in the other room. I don't know if you got two different mics or something like that, and you're talking. I don't know if you got like coming through on your camera mic. I don't know if you're on your phone or computer.
I'll be back. Let me check.
Yeah, there's a lot of good comedians out there, so they're fun.
Yeah, I was stuck on that. Stuck on those documentaries and stuff as a kid. She didn't like but Sting, I did get to see Sting one time, and he came out in this yellow suit and he had the white thing, and I was like, that guy's cool. And then later on in life, in the Attitude Era, I was, watching wrestling again. I was like, I remember there's this guy named Sting. He was wearing yellow, and then my buddy's mom was like, you like Sting? And I was like, yeah, I'm okay. Like, I've seen him twice. You know what I mean? I don't even know if it was a different episode. You know what I mean? Like sometimes they used to play those things over and over again. You know what I mean? Because they weren't on like every week. You know, so you catch them in the late hours of the night, and yeah. So
I hear our rookie safety made a couple of interceptions in OTAs. So is that true?
well, Brandon Ayuk said it. I feel that might be true.
Yeah. Hope he could do that during the games.
Right?
Weeks.
I'm excited. Like, let's go. If I get a chance to go to training camp this year, Corey, I'll try to message you. And if there's a way we can go together or something, I'll come pick you up or something. But I'd like to go to training camp this year. Really, really want to try to go. Really want to go.
Yeah. I went to what year? I can't remember what year.
All right, John.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, wonderful.
Yes.
Sorry about that.
So what show was it that your grandfather liked to watch?
Are You Being Served?
Yeah.
I would watch it with them. I didn't really understand it. My grandfather had to explain a lot of the jokes to me, but he said it was a British show from like the 70s or 80s.
Yep.
So I would watch it with them. So it was a little bit of a little thing to, I watch it, like when I felt a little bit depressed, I put it on because those were happiest moments when I was with them. So I didn't really understand, the jokes about it. Maybe it's because it's a different dialogue, but he loved it.
Yeah. One of my I probably got about half of the jokes just because I had to watch a lot of the type of shows. So like I had already asked a lot of questions to give me the knowledge to watch that one. You know what I mean? Like, holy moly. One of my favorite ones from we were talking about Monty Python. So there's an actor in Monty Python named John Cleese. He's also in Fish Called Wanda. He's in a lot of things. He's hilarious. He had this show called Faulty Towers, and it was with him, and I can't remember the lady's name, but she's probably the best character on the show. Well, her and Manuel are probably the best characters on the show, but he's terrified of his wife. She says his name and he like jumps out of his skin every time she says his name. And I mean, like the stuff that goes on in that hotel, and that poor Manuel who can't speak very much English, and the John Cleese thinks he could speak Spanish, but he can't. And so he's trying to speak to him in Spanish. And then he's thinking that, Manuel, who's spoke nothing but Spanish his whole life, doesn't know how to speak Spanish. But it's hilarious. The things that go on is just hilarious in that show. To this day, you can find it on YouTube. You can Faulty Towers. Every episode, a different letter falls off the sign.
Yep, definitely funny.
Oh, you saw that one?
I think I seen bits of it. I don't think I've seen the whole. I know I seen the Holy Grail. I've seen other bits, but
the Holy Grail is great. I'll send you a link to one of them so you can go down the rabbit hole. They're good. They're good. You'll start cracking up, bro. They're fucking funny.
I like dry humor sometimes. That's kind of you got to kind of think about it for a second. You're like, all right,
and this is,
but over time it does get wet.
This is stuff you can watch around kids too. You know what I mean? Because it's not dirty. It's funny.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So, yeah, give the kids a little culture.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you haven't said nothing.
What's up?
You haven't said, Korey, you're not wearing your red today.
Well, you got your Cowboys gray on?
No.
I'm joking, Korey.
It's SF right there. You can't see it, but it's right here.
I'm just messing with you.
And then I got
I remember Korey was telling me.
So wait, do we have
Brady
two
Wolf.
Cowboys? Do we have two Cowboys fans on our hands? And
No, just
Corona.
one.
no, Liz
David
Bunny.
Corona.
Corona.
Just David
Hey,
Corona.
but Corey Harris, Corey's got a sweet hat right there. It's kind of hard to see it because like you're glowing right now. That hat is so bright. It is very. He's got the logo on it, and what does it say underneath it? Corey Davis.
Yep.
That is sweet. That is super sweet.
Oh,
Now,
is
you know
that
what
a?
they say- Yeah, that's Corey's custom hat. You know what they say about white hats? Good guys wear white hats. So I'm telling you,
Did Shane wear a white hat?
I don't know, but you know,
Shane.
Well,
I had
got-
I had an English teacher that made me watch that movie.
And I forgot. I should have asked my niece before she left. Go downstairs and put them chickens up. Oh, God. I gotta go down there.
You gotta go put the chickens up, Corey.
Yeah, I'll do it by 8 something. I can't get. I can't chase them. I ain't gonna catch them. So
Well-
by 8 something, they be inside the cage.
Yep. That's one thing I like about chickens. They go back in their damn house when it's time. You know what I'm saying? They poop
Sometimes
everywhere.
It depends on which chicken it is.
You got
Because my
chickens, Spongy?
No. My
Then
friend does.
How do you know about chicken spongies?
My friend does. My
Oh,
friend
your
does.
friend.
my
And-
chickens sleep in the tree. I got
Yes.
pictures. I sent Corey too. My chickens climb up or fly up, whatever. They jump up into the tree. There's a branch, and at nighttime we can go take a picture of them, and they're sleeping in the tree. They got a coop, but they don't go in it. They'll go in it during the daytime, but they sleep in the tree.
Yeah, I had one that slept in a tree. Didn't go in the coop, but she's dead now.
Yep,
Sorry to hear that.
it's a chicken. Happens.
it's chickens.
Yeah.
They're not the smartest of things.
No. We had a couple raccoons that were going after ours. We lost like four of them recently. So, yeah, it's sad, but you know what? They're chickens. So.
Yeah,
You can
two
always buy a new
raccoons on my
chicken.
porch.
That's right, little sponge. You can always get another chicken. Are
I think you
still
gotta
listening?
ship.
Want me-
You gotta
Well,
ship
we-
them in like, cases of like a dozen though, through the post office.
You want me to ship you a rooster, little spongy?
No. It'll wake me up every morning when I don't want to be woken up. So yeah, no.
But see, you're an
Well-
Eagle fan, so he might like you. He don't like my rooster. Don't like me because I'm
Yeah,
a
maybe-
49
maybe-
fan.
may-
He's a
Maybe
Seahawks fan.
maybe he'll like Corona. Maybe he'll like Corona.
maybe.
Hey,
Maybe
Corey.
maybe he likes the Cowboys. I
Yes.
don't know.
are you hatching chickens?
Well, we got some too. I'm sitting on some eggs.
That's what I'm saying. If you're hatching chickens, then you can keep the rooster around. If you're not hatching chickens, man, make that ornery thing dinner.
Are roosters good? That's the question. Are roosters good?
Well, see, look, I don't have my
It
own
depends on
chickens at the moment, but
It's
I'll tell you, this is how I'd run things. Those roosters, I'd be hatching chickens, right? Those roosters, that's dinner. You know what I'm saying? You got one to come around. The moment he starts, thinking he's bigger than what he is and starts trying to attack people and this and make stuff, this and that, that's when you let another rooster grow up, wring that other one's neck. There you go, dinner. And then you let the young buck come up, and when he gets too ballsy for his own good, repeat the process.
I told this rooster, I told Carl, we named him Carl, told him, you keep messing with me, you're going to be dead.
Yeah.
Of course.
Did he
I told
listen?
him, I told him, I'm gonna take you to this other place. I know this big old rooster. He like a big sucker. I wouldn't want to mess with him.
Did he
You know
listen to you?
You know the biggest rooster ever was 47 pounds.
This one at that place probably that, because he is humongous.
If you ever see the wine called Rex Goliath, it's named after that chicken. So next time you go to the wine aisle and you see Rex Goliath wine, pick up the bottle, turn around to the back label, and read about the 47-pound cock.
So my mom and dad, they have a lot of roosters. They have geese. You know, they got a lot of animals. My mom at one time had like 2 bunnies. You know, they like animals, right? I tell my mom, it's like you have a zoo. She always giggles. But they were crazy one day, and you know they like having animals, right? So they got these giant chickens. And I will message my dad later, and I'll get the name for it. I'll try to have the name of the chicken next episode. But they had these giant chickens. They're white, and they got like black that comes down off of their neck a little bit. And these things are crazy. And yeah, a raccoon got to them, and they had, I want to say, 2 or 3 of them, and they were giant chickens. They were formidable chickens. You were like, damn, that's a giant chicken.
Yeah. Those damn raccoons.
So the
Raccoons
raccoon
take your trash too. That's very unhelpful.
The raccoon that lives in the tree in front of my parents' house, I live like 5 houses from him, is bigger than a garbage can. Like, it's a fat raccoon. And one day, I mean, like, we gotta, you can't just go get a trap for this thing. You have to get, this is a huge animal. Huge. And they had babies, you know, so then they roam the street. But, you know, it is what it is, I guess.
Well, I've seen that video.
Carcast, I got this thing linked on Twitch, so I don't want to have I don't want to have the link just sitting in the chat on Twitch for some randos to find it, man. Are you on Discord? Let me know. What's up?
They had this raccoon video where this little girl was getting attacked. She tried to go in her house, and this raccoon came up and attacked her and biting her and stuff. The mom had to come out. Mom came out and grabbed the raccoon. Raccoon started a little bit by biting her, but she had about the back of the neck, and she like, "Go in the house, girl. Go in the house."
Oh, I seen that one. I'm sorry. I'm drop kicking that. I'm not drop kicking, but I'm doing a drop punt. You know what I mean? Like, I am dropping that thing into my moving foot, and I am trying to make a 50-yarder with it. I'm sorry.
Have Jake Moody do it. Do it.
No, raccoons are no jokes. They're like the ninja trash possum. They can do backflip. They will claw your eyes out. They can jump higher than I think they can jump. They can jump super high in the air.
You can't jump when I'm dropping you from.
But they can reach on and clamp onto your leg, and then you're gonna be like trying to field goal kick them, and they're gonna still.
That's why you turn them the other way, let go, and as they're dropping, you boot them in their back.
Man, I hope so. I mean, like, there's a will, there's a way, you know, and there's a 50% chance. But that thing backflips and gets on your face. I'm telling you, you see a raccoon, you get back. You get back, Jack.
Well, if they're in a posse, yeah, definitely. If they're all single, I'm not really scared.
You know what? Have you ever seen an Opel GT? It's a car. It looks like a baby Corvette.
Okay.
My dad used to have this Opel GT, and we lived in Dayton, Ohio. And he bought the car from the next door neighbor. It was like kind of like a graveyard. It literally was a graveyard. But there was a bunch of cars there too. My dad bought the car, pulled it home, pushed it around the corner, started cleaning it out, and he was working on the motor. And, like, you know, flashlight hit, and you see 2 eyes. and he backed up. Possum was right there in his face. So I'm like 2 years old, and my dad's showing, the basement. We had stairs, so I'm up above, on the top, and my dad's got a garbage can, and there was a possum, and he's like, damn thing tried to eat his face. I was like, oh my gosh. And yeah, possums they play dead. So they play dead. They can take a lot of punishment. So if you're
And
around,
possums are nasty.
be very careful. Be very, very careful. Shout out to the wildlife. We all love you. You deserve that space.
Shout out to National Geographics.
Working on the house, the people that were working on downstairs, and this guy, and the rug was rolled up like this. So he unrug the rug, and there was a possum in the rug. Scared him to death. He's like, whoosh! Screamed. Like, what's that? Who's screaming? We're down there. Then the other guy, he picked it up and took it outside.
Yeah. I don't know. I was out the back of the restaurant one time when I was a young kid, and as I'm sitting there, a possum starts walking by, and I'm like, what makes you think you could just walk past me and this is like so nonchalantly? So I yell, hey, you know what I mean? Snap my foot. It just turns, looks at me and hisses and then keeps walking. I was like, well, screw you then.
I remember I was walking to work. I got scared of a rat, big old rat. That rat was like this big, and he's walking down the street. And I thought he's gonna go across the street. Since he see me, he looked back at me like, and so I said, I'll take myself across the street. You ain't scared of me.
I had a rat dead in my drawer.
I'm not scared of anything where I can see and know where it is, other than like grizzly bears and whatnot. You know what I mean? Like it's the sneaky little things that I don't like.
Like snakes.
Well, yeah, but like more like
Snakes
I don't
are
like
hard to-
I don't like spiders around. And snakes get in those areas. They can get in areas where you don't expect them, and then all of a sudden they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna get you for coming at me." It's like, no, I was just trying to do my normal thing, and you're up in my shit. You know what I mean? So it's like, what is going on?
Yeah. For some reason, I'm not afraid of lizards or snakes. I hate spiders because we got black widows out here where I live. So yeah, they scare the daylights out of me.
Yeah, I'm allergic to cockroaches. I hate them. Make me real sick.
Like, they're annoying. I'm not afraid of roaches. They're annoying. Like, when you have one roach, you have like maybe like 100 minimum. They're just annoying. They don't do nothing to you.
I know, but I'm heavily allergic to them.
Oh, you're allergic to them.
Yeah, heavily.
Oh, so that's a different story.
Yeah.
I remember a rat came in my room because my uncle had a hole in the wall where he had a heater supposed to have been going through. And I was in my room getting dressed, getting ready to go to work. And all of a sudden I heard this noise, and I looked over and saw that rat. I said, "Oh my goodness!" I started screaming, "My brother Kevin, Kevin, Kevin!" And my older brother, he come to me and he said, "What you want?" There's a rat. He said, "What you want me to do?" I said, "You my big brother. You supposed to protect me."
Yep. It's like
So, I wanted to bring up Micah Parsons is talking about he's aiming for impact and not sacks. This article goes on to say that he used to set sack goals for himself, but now he's not aiming for
I'm
sack
allergic to
goals.
rats also. There was one with a 5-foot tail that was dead in my drawer for 2 months. I didn't even know.
Okay, what does that have to do with Micah Parsons? So,
Michael Parsons a rat now?
right. So
He is the Cowboy, so.
He's saying, to me, it seems like he didn't hit his goal. So there he's just finding a new way to go about it. You know what I mean? Because he only got 16 sacks last year. It wasn't on he wasn't on the big leaderboard with everybody. So I think that he
wasn't that good. Now
No,
he
he
wants to be
wasn't.
an Eagle. Now he wants to be an Eagle, so.
It seems like he's just trying to find a way to say, hey, if I don't have as many sacks as everybody else, I'm still good because I make an impact, which is true. You can do other things and get sacks to make an impact on your team, but we all know what really makes impacts. It's those pressures and the sacks.
Yeah.
If you're not getting pressures and sacks, you're not really making any sort of an impact. So I don't know. He does, well, I guess he's got some forced fumbles and some fumble recoveries. But those don't come along very often. That's not something you can bank on each game. What's your guys' thoughts?
Yeah, it's pretty rare.
Yep, I agree with you, Ryan. I think, to make an impact, you got to get a lot of pressure on a quarterback. You got to put some pressure, make him turn over the ball. He put pressure on him, you throw that ball in an interception. And then you are making a big impact.
If you don't make an impact, you're not going to get noticed.
That's true.
Yep.
Oh, wow. So I just found an article that said DeAndre Hopkins is interested in returning to the Texans.
I could see.
He wants to be in a contender.
I could see more him going to the Browns, team up with his former Texans teammate Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, I could see that more likely because they're more in contention.
And he'd be a wide receiver 1 over there because he'd be over Amari Cooper.
I don't think he would.
Mm-hmm.
Depends on what they want to do,
Tell you what, Spongy, go back this last season and tell me when he actually got any sort of separation consistently against defensive DBs. Because now thinking of it, he didn't really. There was one play, I think, when he got open on us. Or no, that was the DK play. Other than that, he was just getting contested catches. And it was his height and his hands that was making the plays for him. It wasn't his legs.
Mm-hmm.
And Amari Cooper can get open with his legs.
Yeah. Okay. Same question that No Border Sport asked me earlier. Why do y'all think DeAndre Hopkins haven't got signed?
Because I don't think currently a team. I mean, teams are trying to. He wants to be a wide receiver 1. And I think these teams already know who they have set and who can fit their system as the 1. And I think he just.
I don't know if he necessarily wants to be a 1. I think he, you know what I'm saying? I think he wants his.
He wants his back.
He wants his. I don't know if he necessarily needs a whole bunch of a bag right now. I think he just wants to make sure he's getting some sort of. He's getting the ball. I think that's what he wants to make sure.
And so he wants a good quarterback. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think he'd go to a team that already has a 1, just as long as he can be the 2.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I don't think he's interested in being a 3.
So he's not going to the Eagles. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I don't see him going to the Eagles or the Seahawks. You know what I mean? I don't see that because why do you need a 4th guy? You don't.
I'd like to answer that question. Like, why is nobody wanting D-Hop anymore, or why there's nobody like rushing to go get him?
Mm-hmm.
He lost his hop.
I get it.
He's now just D. He's now just D.
So,
Like Ryan said, he's just tall and he can catch, but he's not explosive and he's not really using his legs. So that means he's not jumping like he was before. And if all he can do is jump,
instead of being D, why doesn't he just be like B for booty?
so this is just my take. So when a player is waived or let go from a team, I'm not sure why the league has it set up this way. I think it's just dumb. Is that they should let any team like reach out to the player and then he gets signed. So right now the Bears have first dibs on Hopkins. For sure, he does not want to go there.
Really?
I don't know who had the second pick because everybody traded around. So, basically, like when a player is waived, you got to go from like the worst team all the way to the best team. So the team that won the Super Bowl. I'm not sure why the league has it that way. At the same time, maybe like teams are like, well, we have 90 players on the roster. Like we don't want to bring a player in like this late. But I do think he's going to go to a team probably around training camp. A team's going to be very desperate to pick him up, and I don't see him on a bad team or on a good team. I think he'll go to like a team that like drafted between 10 and 15. That's just my take.
Who are we talking about?
Hopkins.
What up, David McNiner?
What's
What's up, fellas? I think we're just he's waiting, and he's gonna be waiting. I mean, his injury history the last 2 years hasn't been promising. On top of that, he's steroids boy.
And his suspension.
Yeah, that's why I call him steroids boy.
So
where'd Culp go? Oh, there's Culp. I'm
up here.
Ryan go?
Ryan's running to the probably the restroom or the store or something, but he'll be back in a minute. So it's Friday Night Live. How's everybody doing tonight? David, you just got here. Jeff, you got here. Jon Jay, me, Little Spongy, and Korey, Lockdown Davis. Sorry. We've been here for a minute. So how are you guys doing tonight? Let's start with David.
I'm doing great. I had an early evening date, and had to come home and still get my workout in and all that junk. So once I get decent, I'll be turning my camera on, of course.
No worries. Sometimes we all have to take a break and turn the camera off. This show goes a little bit longer than most. It's a lot of fun. So like sometimes if you stay for the entire show, you hear some cool dad jokes. Sometimes you see some cool unexpected events. So again, everybody sometimes has to eat. They have to do certain things, but we appreciate the chat for being here. So Mr. Jeff, haven't heard from you for a little while. How you doing?
I had 103 fever earlier, but thankfully the Tylenol took care of that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Lord. That's not good. So what, you drink some OJ? We were talking about OJ earlier today. Did you get some orange juice in you, or what happened? Did you get some fluids?
Yeah, just water and Tylenol.
Yeah,
but
get dehydrated.
I was dancing a lot before that. I'm thinking of becoming a dance instructor when I get back to America. I learned about 130 full dance routines already on my own.
Well, don't be pushing yourself too much. You don't want to get like arm fatigue or leg fatigue or something crazy like that, because you're overdoing it. And, that's just kind of a joke between Niner fans. We don't want to have you get arm fatigue or leg fatigue, but because our kickers and our quarterbacks seem to suffer that. But no, if you're not getting enough like nutrients and stuff like that, you definitely can get, like dehydrated. You can become fatigued.
Oh no, I'm definitely having the proper nutrients and definitely whatever stuff I need for pain, ibuprofen and stuff.
Are you like a Gatorade kind of guy, a Flavor Aid? Or are you kind of?
They don't have that here.
Powerade?
Well, they don't have that here.
What about Pedialyte?
No.
Honestly, Pedialyte's for like children, but if you get an opportunity when you do get back to the States, if you are feeling dehydrated, Pedialyte has a lot of electrolytes and stuff in it as well, and it helps.
Yeah, well, if I get back to the States, Gatorade or Powerade is a better bet.
I don't know. Pedialyte's kind of like, it's got a little bit less sugar and stuff in it. So
You drink the Pedialyte?
I'm telling you, man, there's all kinds of dad jokes and dad tricks out there. So, definitely look out. But, all right,
Where
John,
do you buy Pedialyte, though?
Food for Less. All kinds of grocery stores everywhere.
All kinds of grocery stores?
Yeah. It's kind of like you buy it next to like the Infamil, or like the formula, for the babies and stuff.
Okay, that makes sense.
Jeff.
Not feeling good.
Does it taste good?
It tastes good, but again, it doesn't have the same amount of sugar that like Powerade or Gatorade has. So, but Corey's got a question for you, Jeff.
No, I'm gonna tell Max you this question.
Okay.
He asked me last night when we were doing the trivia with him. He asked me who's better out of Robbie Gold and Akers. Was it Akers?
Yeah, Akers. David Akers.
David Akers. Who do you think is the best? Who's better?
I like Robbie Gold, but David Akers has a longer kick. He has a longer leg, if you want to say it like that. He, I think he kicked like a 64-yarder for us or a 63. I can't remember. I got to look at the stat again. But he kicked a really long field goal. He's got the longest leg for us in franchise history. He took us to the Super Bowl too, but we didn't get it done.
Will that go to Jake Moody soon?
I saw somebody that met Robbie Gold today.
That's really cool. Let me answer your Sponge. Nate, Jake Moody's kicking like 72-yarders in practice. He's doing that in Michigan, and like Ryan came on and said it. I didn't want to say it, but I've heard it too. Jake Moody's kicking field goals pretty far back. He's not hitting everything, but they're definitely going the distance. So he's got a big leg. Go ahead, Jeff.
No, I said I saw somebody who met Robbie Gold today.
That's kind of cool. That's really cool.
It was pretty cool. He said his job is pretty cool. He would have never guessed that he would meet him.
I'm trying to remember who was the quarterback when David Akers.
Kaepernick.
Okay.
And Alex Smith.
Yep.
I couldn't remember because Jeff asked me last night. I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, we had Joe Nedney in between that time too. Joe Nedney was a really good kicker too.
Oh yeah, I remember him.
We've had some good kickers, but kickers are one of those players that they only do so much during the game. So sometimes you're like, hey, we can move on from that, or oh, this guy thinks he needs more money. No, we'll get another painter.
And what year was Mike Kofer with the Niners?
Mike Kofer was with the Niners in the early years, like I want to say like 89 and the 91 season or Super Bowl or somewhere around there, because Doug Bryan was our kicker in 94, and Ray Wisher was in the 80s.
80s, yeah.
So I think Mike Kofer was late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah, shout out to Cal, the kicker from Cal. Go Bears.
Yeah, shout out to the chat. We got Jess in the chat. We got Jason Niners Smash Macy. He's got a YouTube channel too. Jason, if you want to put your YouTube channel in, I've already subscribed, but if anybody here hasn't subscribed to your channel yet, he's another 49er content creator. Really cool guy. Been supporting the community and stuff a whole lot.
I would like to chime in on the Gatorade and Pedialyte.
Yeah.
So I don't use my nutritious certificate, but I'm a sort of a nutritionist.
All right.
When I would coach baseball or any other sport, I would have like an emergency case of Pedialyte the players, the baseball players, basketball players, all the football players, they would have Gatorade, Powerade. But when there was a player that was like severely dehydrated, like they were like just like throwing up, they were like blacking out because like this happened to me one time. I didn't know, like you black out, like like there's nothing wrong with your eyes. It's like you're dehydrated and you pass out for some reason. So when I have a player like that, I tell him to drink the whole thing, and then like in minutes after he finished, oh, I'm good now, John. So, wanted to say that.
No, you're right on, because that kind of like backs up what I was saying. Is like Pedialyte is pretty good for your body. Just because they put it for infants and children doesn't mean that it's not good for you as well. It has a lot of electrolytes and vitamins that you need, and not as many sugars. And sometimes maybe it's not the sweetest thing, but sometimes it gets to your body maybe quicker. You don't have to fight through the sugar. So yeah, anybody else in the chat
it gets to your bloodstream quicker?
What's that?
It gets to your bloodstream quicker?
Well, do you think it would if it doesn't have as many sugars?
Yeah, for sure.
When you're digesting something, you don't have the sugar to break down as well. I would imagine it gets to your body through, breakdown faster.
So the sugars in Pedialyte is very natural. It's from fruit extract. And the only reason why I know this because again, sort of like a nutritionist, Gatorade, they use a powder, like a sugar powder, which is mostly candy. So if like when we were all little kids, we get that sugar high. So when you put that, you get that sugar high. But then after a while, like if you overdrink that stuff, it's technically worse than soda. So that's why when kids, because like I also coach little kids, I would tell their parents, do not buy your kids that big old jug of Gatorade, because they'll be drinking it all game, and then when the game ends, they're already falling asleep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Good points, John. All right, so we got Mr. McNiner over there. What are your thoughts on the evening? It's Friday night, of course, but what are your thoughts on Kyle Shanahan ending OTAs early?
Well, if you guys remember what happened last year, we had like 1 more hour of practice too much, or whatever happened there, and they ended up docking us, mandatory OTA time.
Yeah.
So this year he's just being extra careful because he doesn't want to be docked the mandatory OTA time.
Oh yeah,
I think we got docked the time because of Diamador Lenore putting his hands all over everybody 2 years ago.
And it was the footage.
And that's also
it was the audio, and not audio necessarily, but the footage that came out. They put it on YouTube. Yeah. The early exposure, like nobody was supposed to be videotaping it. And because you're right, because he put the hands on, they're like, oh, you're not supposed to be doing that. And then that was the penalty.
I know. At the NFL,
I also wonder if Kyle yelling at the guy during practice had anything to do with that also.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point.
The NFL got so angry at that video. They got really angry at that video. So
I don't know if it was angry. I think it was they had to be fair because they did the same thing to the Seahawks for the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, well, everybody was posting that video. Like everybody was posting that video. So I don't know if because it was like so many videos of it that it was just easy access for the league to see it.
All right, little spongy Eagle question. I think you guys play the Ravens this year, right?
Probably at some point, yes.
Okay, so if you do or don't have to play the Ravens, and if it ends up going to the Super Bowl or whatnot, Super Bowl or regular season, because I don't know the Eagles schedule, and you play the Seahawks, I believe, this year as well, right?
Yeah.
I believe you do play the Seahawks. So who are you more excited to play, the Seahawks or the Ravens?
The Seahawks.
Really?
I want to beat the Sea Chickens.
You do? Yeah.
I want to rub it in Joe Stevens' face. Just know
That's
that
Oh.
my team beat his.
what I was gonna ask. That's what I was gonna ask. Is there anything about maybe like you playing maybe Joe here or what?
I like Joe. I'm gonna defend Joe. I like
We
Joe.
all do. We all do.
You know,
Speaking of, where's Joe at?
He'll probably be here real quick now that I'm telling him Spongey's throwing him under the bus.
Joe.
you know, I really like Joe. He's really cool. But I would really, really love to beat the Seahawks this year on Turkey Day. That would totally make my
Oh
my
yeah, y'all have it on Turkey Day.
So, Brian,
I'm sorry, John. Real quick, I'm willing to take the L on Christmas against the Ravens, but I want to eat turkey on the 50-yard line in Seattle.
Yep, me too. I'll be back.
All right, go ahead, John. Sorry.
All right, Korey.
so you watch, Rumbo. Like I've never heard him say this. Maybe you have, but the that Bears dude Michael was trolling me all off season, saying, "Hey John, how does it feel for the Seahawks to eat turkey at your logo?" So he said that's what Rumbo told him. Is that true?
I don't know if he said it recently, but I think he said it in the past.
Oh, okay.
I think he has said it in the past. But see, that's what's silly about him to say something like that, because if he really wants to rub it in, John, who beat us in Levi's first?
Oh, the Bears.
Thank you. So if you really want to rub it in, then you rub it in the right way, right? Who owns Levi's? I'm not going to say it, but they got the first W, right? So, he rubbed it in the right way,
I was watching that game, and we had a lead, and then the Bears came back.
I so upset. Kaepernick, right? So, but hey, shout out, the Niners. We're still there, right? We're still where we're at. We're doing good. So, but that's what I'm talking about. Like some people, like I love all fans, but if you really want to put somebody in their place or hurt their feelings, go for the jugular. Go for the like David. We were talking, and I sent you the stuff, and we did it on the show the other day. Who are the Rams? They're the Cleveland Rams. So
that is true. Now Rudy's gonna pop in here.
The Steelers are technically in Philadelphia.
Yes, we may be there, but at the end of the day, Rams still own the Niners.
The
he always
Steelers
writes a paragraph.
What's neat about the Steelers and the Eagles is they merged one time, and they merged during the war to become the Steagles. Yeah, and that's really interesting. But I think they've always
Eagles.
Yep.
Steagles. It was interesting. Interesting time.
That was weird. It's basically Steelers and Eagles. That's weird.
Yeah, because of the war, they lost players, and but they merged as a team, as a franchise for I want to say like 1 year, maybe more than 1 year, but they were the.
So how'd that ownership game go?
So someone told me this little Spongy. I don't know if you may know, but there's a rumor that the Philadelphia Eagles were created because they wanted to take the eagle from the post office. So they were created to I don't know if that's true, Spongy.
I have no idea. My dad would probably know.
I'll ask Coach Dante. He's also an Eagles guy.
Have you seen the Eagles logo? I mean, I know you guys have all seen it, right? But if you look at it, it's got the bird going one way, and it's the opposite of any other NFL team. And at the end of it,
have you seen the purse? Have you seen its purse? It's carrying a purse. Spongy, have you seen this purse?
No.
Oh, you gotta look real hard, but it's right there.
I'm gonna look next time I look at the Eagles. But if you look at the Eagles logo with the bird, their current logo, right? The bird's head's going this way. Sorry, it's going this way, and then this way, it's an E, and it's actually shaped out like an E. The feathers are shaped out like an E. So that was that's fun. That's kind of neat. I
So
like
I know it's been like a month or two. But what are your thoughts on after the OTAs? Who do you think the best rookie in your class will be?
Jake Moody right now. But Jair Brown is looking like the guy who's really going to come out. He seems like he's got 3 or 4 picks already in OTAs.
Against Ayuk, or some of them against Ayuk or something. I heard.
I don't know. I don't know if they were. I know
if they were, that would be so funny.
I just know Ayuk is the one who said it.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Ah,
Is everything okay?
no, I'm just looking at the purse that the Eagles carrying.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
It's
So,
true.
so
It's true.
McNiner, I forgot to ask you. Our new friend we met from Serbia. Your thoughts?
I wish you would have shown her face, but I like that accent.
Yeah, she's cool. She also speaks Spanish. I was speaking Spanish with her. Shout out to Trix or Tix. Yeah.
Ticks.
Yeah.
Are you sure you weren't talking to Sibylla?
To who?
Sibylla?
I don't know who that is.
Oh. It's the lady who did a show with Joe or Grant back in the day for a while.
Sybil. Yep.
Yeah, Sibylla.
Yeah, she's really smart, but really smart.
Oh yeah, I remember he had like a lady from Morocco.
Yep.
Yep, something like that.
Yeah,
because I think I want to say Sybil's from PA, but I'm not sure. I think she's from Pennsylvania currently, but she's really athletic lady. She boxed, and shout out to her. Really smart lady.
Oh, she boxed? Like boxing?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. I like boxing.
Yeah, she's really smart. She's very athletic. Super smart lady.
Yep.
And I know not everybody likes Grant Cohn, but I've been watching him for a long time. And I really appreciate some of the guests he brings on and some of the different content he brings out there, because sometimes you get to hear somebody else's perspective. And like Sybil, like I never would have heard her if he didn't have her on his show. And it's cool. Like right now, I probably would have never met John or Little Spongy or Korey or David, Ryan. So it's really neat. YouTube's making the world a little smaller, but a little bit more friendlier, right?
Mm-hmm. Like
sometimes depends on what YouTubers you watch.
My older brother, like he occasionally watches the 49ers, but because he's still stationed out in San Diego with his family, he stopped watching football, but he would tell me when I was a kid, hey, you want to know why there's 49er fans like in Chicago or Miami or New York? And I asked why. He says because everyone loves the 49ers, even those other teams. And I was like, okay. So I didn't really pay attention. And then one day I traveled to San Diego to see my brother graduate from camp. What's it called? Out there in San Diego, and there was a bunch of people from like North Carolina, Texas, Georgia, who were graduating with my brother, and they had like 49er stuff. So I was like, oh man, oh yeah, we always love the 49ers. Like we always love the 49ers, even though we never get the games. I was like, oh wow, that was really cool. So that was fun. So shout out to the Niner Empire. I have a fan. I have a fan from Belize. I got a fan from Mexico. I got a fan in Toronto. Of course, I've spoken to some UK guys, and there's one guy who's from Australia so that's really fun. Yeah.
Don't forget Gavin from Wales.
Yeah, from Wales, Gavin. He's so happy right now. His nuggets are going to win the finals.
Oh, that's
They've
right.
only
He's a
won
Nuggets
one
fan. I
games.
forgot.
They've
I
only
asked
won
him
one
why.
game.
I asked him why he was a Nuggets fan. He said he just loves the logo.
Can
Okay.
you call them the Dino Nuggets?
No, because we don't
If
wear
they lose
diapers
the finals.
anymore.
If they lose the finals.
No, Spongy, what's your basketball team?
Sixers.
Oh, okay. That's YTC's team as well, because he loves the Sixers.
What's your baseball team,
The
Spongy?
Phillies.
Oh my God, you're like a Philly homer.
Yes.
Hey, Spongy,
He
I'm
likes
sorry
the
to say this.
logo.
I'm so,
The
like all
pickaxes?
Spongy, your baseball team, your football team, even your professional soccer team, if you follow that, lost in the finals.
The Union or the Union?
Ooh.
Jason's got a great question here. He says, "Does Jair Brown start over Gibson?"
That's a good question.
I'll start with Bryant.
Nope. He might take the job in the middle of the year due to injury, but Gibson's going to be the starter. Even if he's blowing off everybody in practice and picking everything off, Gibson will be the starter until maybe week 2 or 3. If Gibson is like our weak link, then Brown will come in. But they're going to redshirt him.
Yeah, I think there's be certain packages he'll be in.
Yep.
Korey, what's your thoughts? Are you with us? He probably left.
Yeah,
David McNiner, what's your thoughts?
I think it's way too early to tell because right now they're in shorts and shirts. They haven't put the NFL pads on. Gibson, when it comes to experience and being in the league, he's already been in our defense for a season and he produced. So it's going to be hard for a rookie to beat him out. But you never know. Once they get the pads on and gets playing, if Jair Brown outplays Gibson, yeah, Steve Wilkes will make sure he starts.
Jon Jay?
Yeah, I got Gibson starting. I think there's going to be situational packages where he will line up. I think Gibson will start and Jair Brown will be like Drake Jackson was to the other edge rusher, like get like maybe 10% of the snaps or something like that. So that's my thoughts.
Spongy?
I don't think I don't think Jair Brown will start until like mid-season.
Okay. You're wrong. No, I'm joking.
What are we talking about?
Will Jair Brown start over Gibson this season?
That depends how if Coach Cal feels that or our defensive coordinator, what's his name? Steve Wilkes feel that hey, he's the guy. He probably will start over what's his name?
Gibson.
That depends. If he feel like he's already picked up the defense and then he'll be a starter. But about how Cal feels about rookies. Is it Cal that makes that decision, or is it the defense coordinator that makes the decision?
I'm sure it's a little bit of both. So I'm sure Kyle has his beliefs of who's going to be in there. And then when Steve Wilkes says he wants to start a rookie, I'm sure they have a conversation. But then Kyle goes with Steve Wilkes on what he says. You know what I mean? Like, it'd be like, Steve, I trust you fully. I just want to make sure what not hangups, but what requisites I need from him, I'm now going to ask. Does he have this, this, and this? You know what I mean? Because I might not be watching every second. Do you feel he has this, this, and this? Because that's what I need to have him to be on the field over somebody else. If he says yes to that, I'm letting him do whatever the hell he wants. If he says kinda, then no. If he says no, then no. That to me is real easy. I think was it Luter Jr. had a press conference earlier this week, and he was talking about how he liked to blitz and couldn't wait to get in the defense with Steve Wilkes because Steve Wilkes likes to blitz. And I thought, well, if someone likes blitzing, what does that mean? You know what I mean? I kind of, just thought for a second on this. If you like blitzing, it's fun, right? But if you're not getting home, then how fun is blitzing? You know what I mean? You're not getting the prize, you're not getting the carrot, and you're making your buddies have to work harder. So to me, when he says he likes blitzing, he's confident at it. He's confident at it because he does it well. And if we got a guy who's confident, does it well, likes doing it, and he's in the secondary, because this is what I like. I like blitzes from the secondary because it's one of the last places someone expects it to come from. So if they do have one of those longer plays, like a third and long, like a longer evolving play, that secondary blitz is going to hopefully hit right at the time as the quarterback should, right before he should be releasing his throw. And to me, that's just perfect. You lull them into thinking that they're safe because they got all this time, because it's like a delayed blitz because you're coming from so far out. And they think they got all this time. They cock back real big, try to get their ball down the field, and somebody comes by and tackles them or causes a fumble. And the defensive back blitzes, they don't always get picked up well or at all. The linebackers, the linemen are looking for that. So to me, if we got Luter out on the field, there might be some, you know what I mean? Like if Luter isn't playing a lot, all of a sudden third down, Luter's out on the field, guess what's going to happen? That's a blitz because he likes blitzing. He's probably good at blitzing. What's your guys' thoughts? David, you got any thoughts?
I have no problem with blitzing, but you know what else that means though? We play zone coverage, right? So that means we're going to be playing a lot of press man if we're going to be blitzing.
Yeah. Well, you normally have to play man when you're blitzing to a certain extent.
Exactly. And that's something I've actually wanted to see. We have Mooney Ward. We have Demo Lenore, who I think took some good steps last year. And, we have Luter, and premature, he's looking good. I say premature because, like I said, they're in shorts and T-shirts. So this,
right.
And
right.
Who's he going against too?
Right.
He's not going against the Ayuk and Debo and those guys. So
he might be.
That's coming up in the mandatory camp.
No, I got you, but he might be because of the fact that is Travarius Ward there right now?
I believe he was, but I don't know. Like a lot of our starters were there, but they weren't necessarily participating. They were just kind of working out on the side.
That's why I'm saying Luter might have got some reps.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Oh, hold on. There's three. 4. Dang, 5.
It's
Bless
usually
you,
about
buddy.
a fiver. Woo-wee.
I think if you sneeze three times or more, I don't know if it's true. Someone told me someone's thinking about you, like in a mirror.
My grandma told me if you sneeze more than 3 times, you need to go blow your nose.
You see, my thoughts on Luter is like in rookie camp, he impressed Steve Wilkes and some of the other rookies. During the voluntary, OTAs, he batted, 2 balls from Danny Gray. So he's been impressing. Now, like once the mandatories were all the starters, if he impresses against Debo, Ayuk, Jennings, maybe Luter is for real. So that's my thoughts on that.
Real quick, Jason said growing up in Japan, there was hella Niner fans here. That's crazy, but cool to know.
I bet.
Well, such a good team. And also San Francisco 49er, San Francisco and Japan. Seattle and Japan have a big connection too. It seems like the two cities have a real connection because it's their gateway into America, essentially, coming from that side. So
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm hearing though the 2 batted balls they saying that he batted from Danny Gray is more the quarterback fault because Danny Gray had him burned, but say that Sam Bradford couldn't get then throw the ball on time.
Sam Darnold?
Sam Donald, yeah. I don't know why I keep on saying Bradford. I don't know why I got Bradford in my mind.
Maybe it's because he doesn't matter.
That's not what Ian Rappaport did.
Oh my God. Like I was talking with a Seahawks fan today, and he brought up the national media with the whole Sam Darnold thing. And I was like, look, bro, like his issue isn't the fact that he doesn't have an arm or that he's not athletic or that he doesn't know the plays. The problem is he just does out of the middle of nowhere some horrible thing. He just throws a horrible pass straight to the defense. You know what I mean? Like he just out of the middle of nowhere just does the most stupid thing. And
I hope we see you on the playoffs and you'll have Don right at quarterback.
Oh wow, Spongy.
Spongy, do you wanna start wishing things on people's quarterbacks? Who do you have for a backup? Who do you have for a backup, Sponge?
Marcus Mariota.
Yeah.
Oh, little Spongy. You're so funny.
Yep.
Marcus Mariota and Tanner McKee.
Yeah, you definitely can't go. You can't win anything with your third quarterback. Better hope that don't happen. We were lucky. We had 3 guys who could do it.
Yep.
We just didn't have a 4th guy. That was our only thing. You got 1.5 guys. You got 1.5 guys.
Hey, we got a 4th. We got Ian Book.
No, you got 1.5 guys out of 4. Marcus Mariota doesn't count for a full guy. Not until he proves it. Look, Brock, you weren't counting Brock Purdy last year. None of us were. We're counting Brock Purdy now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, now that he's developed and shown what he can do.
I guess. Look, if I'm gonna
besides when Hassan
I'll give you
Reddick
2. I'll give you 2. I'll give you a full one for Mariota. My bad.
We also got Ian Book back there, so.
Who?
Ian Book, former Saints.
Yeah, exactly. Who? Don't
He was
come at me
overrated.
with this stuff.
He
Is
was
he from the
overrated.
XFL?
He was overrated in Notre Dame. I remember they were all hyping him up. Oh, because he went to Notre Dame. He had horrible stats. All he could do was just run the football. He was like a shorter Taysom Hill.
Oh, I shouldn't be yawning yet. It's way too early to be yawning.
Well, don't worry, he's a little spongy. You have the great Tanner McKee. Oh, no, he's a plus.
Oh, yeah. I was mad when we drafted him.
Well, I'm a Cal fan, so I'm biased. There are Bay Area rivals. Cannot stand them.
Yeah.
Who's the head coach for the Saints?
Sean
Dennis
Payton.
Allen.
Huh?
Dennis
Who?
Allen.
This Allen? Okay. And I guess
Yeah.
John Gruden and him get along.
Oh,
'Cause
God.
John Gruden
Yeah.
is the quarterback coach.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. Who thinks it's a great idea after John Gruden throwing all them nasty things around, whether those emails were private, how to put this, whether those emails are private or not, okay, meant to be private or not, whether he was set up to only have his emails leaked, which I believe is true, right? Believe it was a smokescreen, which I don't feel is right. But at the same time, these things are out in public and cannot go back in the closet. And to me, I would never bring him around my franchise ever, because I don't want any of my players to think that I might have an email with John Gruden that is anything close to what they had already seen. I don't want to make them feel out of place and uncomfortable by having to share the workspace with somebody that they might feel looks down upon them or is like playing nice to their face, but they feel is saying horrible things behind their back, whether the person is saying it or not. It is done on such a national basis that I wouldn't bring him around my team ever again.
Same thing goes for Urban Meyer, even though that was a whole completely different story.
Yeah, it's a different story.
It's a different story, but like
For a different day.
at the same time, it's different, but like he was given so many chances and he trashed them all. You know what I'm saying?
I know, and the funny thing about Urban Meyer, when he kicked the kicker, then the owner was like, "Oh, that's where I draw the line," and so he got fired.
Was it the kicker?
Yeah, he basically
Kicker or the punter.
Whoever the kicker was, he kicked him for some reason. I don't know what happened, but he did it. So he said, "Oh yeah, I did kick the kicker," and the owner Khan, I'm not having that. So he threw him out after that. But the funny thing about that, the other thing that it's a little bit more, that's a heat problem. Yeah. When you're like, hey, I don't care if my coach is not there, but if he hurts one of my players, that's where I draw the line. Welcome to the NFL.
He can lie to the team saying he needs to get home to be with his wife and his grandbabies to go goose up some rep from some marketing agency, I'm guessing, that wanted to do business with him or get in with somewhere. And so she's just letting him just grope her. And then that all comes out like, I'm sorry, you need to I'd fire him then, because dude, you lost all trust of the team.
Mm-hmm.
If you didn't, like, you're lucky, but you lost most of them.
Yeah.
Like, you're supposed to set an example. See, like, these other players, they're young, attractive young men Who's to say they can't go out there and be goosing up other women at the club? You got to set an example. You don't want those players running around goosing up other women at the club, going home, getting in trouble with the missus, and their mind be somewhere else when it should be on the football field. To me, you start at the top and you set the example all the way down to where without even being told, everybody follows the lead, because not only do they see it the right way of doing things, but it's also better in the long run. Look at all these players with the chefs now. Do you think they care about the food as far as the taste? Is that why they got the chefs? Is it because they don't want to cook? No, it's because they got somebody who can plan out their diet perfectly. They can make a diet that deals with all these certain things that they don't want to have, like whether it's carbs or whatever, whatever their whole thing is. It goes straight to that because they want to be a better player. And that starts from the top. That starts from the Tom Brady's. That starts from, even the Jerry Rices doing the hill. It's those type of things that set the standard, and it's got to start from the top down, or else it's worthless.
Yeah. You see, personally, maybe I'm just biased, but if the Niners hired a boxing nutritionist, which is becoming very common in boxing, because they gotta cut weight. Sometimes they gotta cut.
Boxing, hiring a boxing nutritionist is becoming common in boxing. That's what you said.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Well, wouldn't that be a duh type thing? Not to like talk shit. I'm just.
Well,
I thought you were saying that they were bringing boxing people into football.
Yeah. So, like the Mayweathers, the Canelos, like those big names, they can hire nutritionists because they have the money. But the small tier fighters, they gotta cut, like some boxers have to cut like 20-30 pounds to make weight. Sometimes they gotta bulk up 30 to 40 pounds. Boxing, you gotta do that. So in recent years, they've been hiring people who can say, all right, this diet will help you lose weight in like 10 days, like 15-20 pounds. Or this diet, if you need to bulk up, will help you because I've seen weigh-ins, and boxers are like 30 pounds, and then they're so dehydrated. But now that they don't have to do that no more, where you're basically draining all the water out of your body, you can kind of kill yourself. So they're starting to realize, maybe I don't have to like stop drinking water for 2 days so I can make weight. So they're hiring people to get them like that, the right nutritionist. So some people, like when they're training, they can only eat fish. So like the cravings. So they're eating a lot of fish, and some people have to eat steak to bulk up. So there's certain types of foods that make you gain weight very fast in a healthy way, or if you got to lose weight very fast, there's certain diets that you lose certain weights. And so I think some of our players who needed help, those guys are, and also a good way is like doing what Jerry Rice, running up that hill, which is because even though football is not boxing, you still need endurance for 60 minutes of football.
All right. Now, with that, we're going to new segment here. And without any further ado, we got ourselves, we got ourselves a Bryant Culp. Oh, it's not working like that. Oh, well, let's see. We'll have to do it like this. There we go.
Good evening, folks. This is a Friday night weekend. Once again, we have the Friday night news report. So we're starting out with one of the nicest things that we can say. Happy birthday. So if it's your birthday tonight and we don't know, or your birthday tomorrow or another day, if you want to put it in the chat or put it out across the web, shout it out, because if people don't know if your birthday, they don't know when you're born. You do. Your date is in your wallet. So check your wallet. So shout out to the people out there again. Once again, happy birthday. Eddie Lacy, running back, number 33. Lucky Whitehead, 31. Chardick West, 32. Austin
Chardick?
Char.
He got a little too close to the fire.
Most definitely. Shout out to you and your family. Can't pick your name, but you can definitely keep your straight face, and you can run around and you can say, that's my name, and be proud of it. So once again, 32. Austin Davis, 34. We have Wright Lofton, 37. Cooper Heffett, 34. We got Stephen Lugone, 42. Trey Flowers, 28. Happy birthday. Clayton V. Justin, 30. We have Noah Ruggles, 22. We have Willie Malroy, 24. RJ McIntosh, 27. And then we have Kimon Hall, 26. We also have a notable day. Today is a notable day in history. What does it make it significant? Lots of things happened today, but one of the significant things that happened in today's history was the Queen of England. Yes, she's passed away, but one of the things that's happened was it was her coronation today. So shout out to Queen Elizabeth and UK. We have a lot of family and friends in UK that support the Empire. The Empire is all over. Another thing that happened in history today, Babe Ruth announced his retirement. Shout out to Babe Ruth, the legend, probably one of the greatest sports athletes ever. On top of that, we can say we're the weather report. The weather report, again, it's hot. Where is it hot at? Egypt. It's very hot in Egypt. Very, very hot. It's 114 degrees. India, very hot. Very, very hot.
Did you hear about the rain in Spain? The rain in Spain falls mainly in the plain.
So, again, on the news Friday night update show, you're always learning something. So please tune in for these little tidbits. Some people might call them like puns or dad jokes, but they're all beneficial, and you can always learn something. I was talking earlier to my only wife. You have you have a wife, right? So I was talking to her today before the segment, and I said, hey, I'm a student of life. And she smiled, because every day you can learn something. All right, so we're going to move back on to the hottest places in the world. Egypt, very hot. India, very, very hot. Dead Valley, very, very hot. My house, not so hot. All right, we're going to move on to the coldest places in the world. Antarctica, minus 136 degrees. So please stay away from Antarctica. A notable thing that happened also in sports history, Ken Griffey Jr. was drafted by the Seattle Mariners. So that is your news. Once again, hope you enjoy it. Look forward to seeing you next week. And we will shout out again notable birthdays, notable days in history. And if there's something that weird happens, we're still waiting on the record to finally be reported about the city of Kyle in Texas. They said it would take over 20-something days before we'd find out. So fingers crossed, hopefully they beat the city of Ivan. And that is your weekly No Border Sports Friday night news.
Yay. Great job, Bryant. Bulk. You see what I did there, Bryant? Bulk. Yep. That wasn't Bryant. Bryant is disposed. He's taking care of the kids right now. That was our new what do you call it? Our journalist, or newscaster Bryant Bolt. He might be in trouble because he did allude to the thought that he might have more than one wife. So we'll see if Bryant is back next week. He might be in deep trouble. Oh, hey.
Somebody got
Spongy, got some gas?
What?
Oh, you're making fart sounds on your phone.
Oh, I guess it must be my pillow. Hold up.
You got like a rubber pillow?
Hold on. That better be a pillow.
It must be my AirPod rubbing up against my pillow.
Okay.
There you
that
go.
makes more sense.
There you go.
Are you trying? You gonna fall asleep on us, Spongy? You've done it before. You and Carcast. You and Carcast be sleeping on the show all the time.
Hey, at least I was muted.
No, we heard you snoring. It's okay. Somebody will be like, "Hey, what is that?" And we'll be like, "What is that?" And then we'll see your mic moving, and then everybody's quiet, and we hear the snoring. And it's like, "Oh, let's move them backstage." It's funny. I don't boot people for some reason. I feel like they'll see something like I kicked them or something. I don't want to think that I kicked them, so I just put them on the backstage. So yeah, no falling asleep. What was I looking at? I had it. Brock Purdy supposedly throwing the ball this week.
Yeah.
Oh, he recovering from that little hit to the arm.
He's starting to throw the ball. I mean, it's just rehab and strength process.
Spongy. The little hit. He said the little hit. You're funny.
That trash tight end couldn't freaking stop him. Why did we even have a tight end in there to block that? I mean, come on,
Tyler
Kyle.
Croft.
Kyle, you gotta do better.
Yeah.
Did you guys hear about Jameis Winston acting like Cam Newton, saying, "I'm still a starting quarterback in this league"?
Jameis Winston?
Yes, Jameis Winston. Jameis 40 for 40. Jameis Winston.
I can't believe he threw 30 interceptions in one season.
I thought it was
Famous
40.
Jameis.
I thought it was 40 interceptions and 40 touchdowns. I thought he had an interception for every touchdown.
So he's the only quarterback in NFL history that has 30 touchdowns and 30 interceptions in the same season.
Okay, that was 30. Okay.
It's so hilarious.
Yeah.
And they were sort of almost a 500 team.
Yeah, their defense did work. Their defense was doing work. They were stopping them.
Another bless you.
Bless you.
Mm-hmm.
Need to blow my nose like Grandma said.
So, little Spongy, how are your Giants doing this year?
My San Francisco Giants and New York Giants.
You're New York Giants because you're a Giants fan.
Well, I think Jalen Hurts is going to rush for about rush for 1,000 yards, and then yeah.
Yeah, you and White TC have to do that Eagles and Giants game. You have to. I want to get your reactions.
He might say no. I don't know. You ask him.
Now, Spongy, I want to shout out to you. I don't know if you ever saw this on YouTube, where Deshaun Jackson took it all the way against the Giants. That was a great moment.
I forget what it's called.
Yeah. You just Google it and say Deshaun Jackson kickoff return for a touchdown against the Giants.
He did that. Kadarius Toney also did that.
I met him in real life in, I think, 06. Yeah.
Hey, Spongy, remember when you got Chip Kelly and he shipped off every single good player on your team?
Yeah, for one player.
Yep.
Market. He tried to go for our backup quarterback currently, Marcus Mariota.
Yeah, but at least he got everybody their own smoothie. You know, everybody had their own smoothie every day.
Yeah, that must have been very helpful.
Oh, yeah, and the hurry-up offense.
Yeah, he was so OCD. On Monday, you do this. On Tuesday, you do that. On Wednesday, you do this. On the weirdest regiments. The players hated it. They're like, dude, we're not in college no more.
Bryant's back from dealing with the misses and the children. You missed the news report, Bryant.
I keep missing him. I kind of feel like I'm Superman or something like that. And we all know I'm Batman, so it's really weird. But he's always never in the same place as me. So,
well, he might not be here next week. He mentioned something about maybe having 2 wives or 2 women in his life. He didn't officially say it, but there was like a possibility there. We didn't know if he might,
the guy get
beat up in the middle of sleep.
Did he start biting like the inside of his mouth when he was talking? Like he kind of was like getting caught up on his tongue or something. Hopefully the guy's not Mormon or something.
I know
my grandma's Mormon, but shout out to,
I think if he was Mormon, it would be a lot more understandable why we'd have multiple wives, and the other missus might not be so upset because she probably might know about her. You know what I'm saying?
I know one thing for sure. If that dude don't get material, I hear he might not be back. So hopefully he's not just hopefully he's funny and not just funny looking.
So McNiner, do you want to tell our friends about your buddy who is married to all those ladies? Is he there?
What? Oh, you talking the polygamist?
Yes.
Well.
There is an area that are against the law.
I was gonna say, there's an area in Utah where the county, according to the county, it's not against the law. But I don't know if they're actually following federal law or not. I can't say that. I don't know.
They're definitely not following federal law.
No. But yeah, they claim to have multiple wives, and I'm not saying I agree with it. I never, it's like it's just one of those things. If you marry someone, that's your person. That's just how I look at it, right?
Well,
but
if I felt that everybody that was in a polygamous relationship like that, everybody had like it was their idea to get into that thing, not like they were told this is the thing to do, or like, mentally, like abused into doing it. You know what I mean? Then it would be one thing, but it seems like, people would be kind of told that, hey, this is perfectly natural. You know what I mean? Like if it was like people, porn stars or something like that, you know what I mean? They have all these different type of relationship. You guys are already used to sharing people, right? So why not have a relationship with 3 of you? You know what I'm saying? Why, who's to say that you can't care? I personally can't deal with 2 ladies at once. You know what I mean? Like that's a lot too much emotional stuff I have to deal with to, I don't need all that. I'm happy with none. You know what I mean? I'm happy with just dealing with my daughter. It's great. until she becomes a
Mhm.
teenager. And then I guess it's going to be a lot worse. But still, you know what I'm saying? I still only got one to deal with.
In Amsterdam, it's the same thing. There's plenty of polygamy where I'm from, ancestry-wise.
Now, when it comes to being a teenager, it really depends on how she is. My daughter, when I was raising her, I straight up told her when she was young, I don't want you to go boy crazy. That's just something else. And if you think about it, so if she would have done
it's not
that,
the boy crazy, it's the attitude.
That's actually something. That's something I didn't have to deal with too, because I told her when she was 12 years old, just barely getting to that point. I straight told her if you're responsible, you get good grades, you behave yourself, I'll buy you a car when you turn 16. That's what I told her, and it worked. It worked. I have to high five myself. That could be one of the best parenting acts I did.
Yeah.
And yeah, she turned 16.
Right,
it's like, yep, I gotta buy her a car.
Yeah.
Oh. But it's also like this though. Explain to them you're not going to get the nicest car ever because you're going to be in a high school parking lot. And
not just
I mean,
that, a lot of kids don't respect the car that gets given to them. So why go out and buy them something nice that they think, is just given to them, right? So let them fuck off something that's bad, that's already kind of trash.
Yeah.
And then when they go to buy their own car, they can put their money into something that they think is nice and they'll respect because it's their dollars in it.
So I got a good cautionary story. So in the Bay Area, where I grew up, you got Jefferson, which is the high school that John Madden went. I was there for a year. Then I went to this school that was like a religious Christian. So I went there, and I met this student, and their family had a bunch of money, so they spoiled that boy rotten. So on his 16th birthday, he passed his drivers, and the parent, the mom, not the dad, the mom, got him a Ferrari. Don't know why.
God.
And he was like, "Look at my car. All you guys drive your dad's or your mom's old cars." Like he was bragging. So on graduation day, the mom was like, "I'm so proud of you, and now you got to get a job if you don't want to go to college." And oh my goodness, he threw a temper tantrum like he was in kindergarten. "I don't want to get a job," and then he started crying, and I'm like, "What is going on?" And then one of my uncles was like, "That's the reason why, John, we disciplined you and we said no to you because we did not want you to become that." And I was like, "Thank you, Diane."
With my daughter, I told my ex this, like, my daughter would be, we'd be talking and we'd try and talk for, like at least like 20 minutes or so, right? Normally it's an hour or more, right? But at least, like 20 minutes. So there was, one time she was like, "Okay, Dad, I'm done talking." And her mom's like, "No, you got to talk to your dad more." And I was like, "No, let her make a decision." When she, hangs up and she feels, "Oh, I wish I could talk to Daddy again." You know what I mean? Like, let her know you already talked to Daddy. You know what I mean? Like, let her make decisions so she could deal with the consequences of those decisions. So you know what I mean? So like, I want her getting good at making decisions. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter what. I don't care if she makes certain decisions. If she's just consistently making good decisions, that's a good habit to get into. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter what specific one, because if she gets in the habit of making good decisions, because she makes a lot of decisions, she could be good.
Yeah, like John, you said this. Bragging is the one thing around, high school, sometimes even middle school, where it starts to come upon and people want to have, that cool stuff.
Ooh, Damian Lee
And,
dropping knowledge right here.
and it's also when I'd say it starts in middle school. It starts to get,
This is
the
totally
girls,
true.
the girls get boy crazy, and some of the boys get girl crazy. That's
It's the girl's best friend that's the determining factor, because those two are inseparable and they do everything together. And once one does it, the other one has to do it.
Oh yeah.
That's peer pressure.
Well, yes and no. It's kind of like, instead of peer pressure, it's more like follow the leader type thing.
Mm-hmm. I know, like, I've worked at many middle schools and high schools, and of course, I've been in high schools where it was co-ed. Just like in, with the boys, there's an alpha male. Everybody wants to be that person. With the girls, you have like factions. So basically, like in wrestling, you got factions, and you have the one that's like in charge, and the factions, they kind of work together, but at the same time that they're also like bashing one another. And then you have a lot of girls, which is really true. Some girls, for whatever the reason, are not as outgoing, just like some boys are not as outgoing, and they get picked on, but they don't get like boys where they throw punches. They mentally, get in these girls' heads. So a lot of these girls are like, they at that age, they're just so delicate. So sometimes, like some of them like don't come out well in high schools, and in middle school is worse. So I've seen all that stuff.
Yeah, it's
Hey,
like the cheerleaders.
Spongy, all the mid chicks in high school are going to be the really hot ones later on. Just so you know. Just so you know.
I've kind of thought about that in my.
Trust me, the plain Jane ones.
The ones that don't talk a lot.
No, just the ones that don't like wear a lot of makeup or wear the trendiest clothes. You know what I mean? That don't all do that stuff. Those ones will get in their 20s and they just become hotties.
Mm-hmm.
Just so you know.
Yeah, they start flourishing.
They'll burn off a little bit of that baby fat. And you're like, oh, dang, that's you? Yeah, something happened. They burn off a little, and they're just so. When it comes to school and all that stuff, don't worry about that. Also, like, you think this one girl's going to be your girlfriend. It's not. It's very rarely is going to be your girl forever.
You're not going to happen.
Yeah. Well, you never know. Always wear protection.
Yeah.
But what Jon Jay was saying is also with the cheerleaders, same idea.
I remember I liked this girl, and just when I was about to try to talk to her, she said, "Ooh, I can't wait. Because first guy coming to me, I'm gonna go have sex with him and get pregnant."
Oh wow!
I was like, oh. I turned around with the other way.
Yeah, well, there's things like that out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's women that do that with people that go in the military. Go ahead, Bryant.
I was just gonna say, I'm not, everybody is lucky in their own way. But I've been lucky enough to know Tony since probably me being 12 or her being around 9, 10 or something like that. I've known her a very, very long time. And no, I wasn't dating her when she was 12, and I'm like just a couple years older than her. I think I'm 2 or 3 years older than her. And, so I didn't want to start dating her until after she was 18. But when she turned 18, I started talking to her, with my Chris Rock voice,
And look, it's not to say that you can't find somebody. It's just the probabilities are very low and slim. Yeah. But you always want to put 100% of your attention into every person that you're in a relationship with. Mm-hmm. Or you shouldn't be in a relationship with them. You know what I'm saying? You should just be friends. You know what I mean? So
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
One more thing. It's like if so you're talking with friends, but they get to the point where you've talked to them for so long, where especially being around where I am at now, when you talk to people for 9-something years, it gets same old. So they kind of change, and you're not used to that change or whatever.
Oh,
Mhm.
well, I'll
And
tell you
then you
one
start
thing.
to talk to different people and all that, and sometimes
You'll
that gives
have
you more opportunities.
you'll have different friend groups throughout your life.
Oh, facts.
You don't always stay in touch with the same guys forever. Like
I mean,
me,
that's why I'm.
the guys that I was kicking it with when I lived in California during my like elementary and middle school days, we don't really talk. There's one guy, and I got him on Facebook, but I never go on Facebook. So, like, you know what I mean? Like, I never talk to that guy. And then like other people,
Some friends
like,
you want to keep and all that, and they'll be good friends, like but some of them you just
also,
gotta.
also, you want to know some top level information right here? If you want to know where you're going and how successful you can be, just look at the people you surround yourself with. If you don't think those same people can do the same thing that you're looking to do, you need to get around different people, because those other people will hold you down because they don't want you to get better than them and then move on from them. See what I'm saying?
Fact. Yeah.
And there's nobody also there to bounce ideas off of, who have the same level of intellect in what you're trying to do. You know what I mean? So therefore, when you ask when you're frustrated and you need a question answered, you don't have anybody in your circle who can help answer your question or help you get to the end of it. You know what I mean? You all are dumbfounded. At least if you got people who are like-minded and are smart, they can help you, and you can help them.
Yep. And see, I've had the same friend from birth all the way to right now. Is my buddy who's that Raiders fan, that light skinned white boy, good kid, love his family, and like even though we drift apart when we went to different high schools, we still catch up. We still live in the same neighborhood. But a lot of my elementary, middle school friends, high school friends, I've had different cliques. So, but he's been a constant in my life. One friend that I still hang out with from the days when I was in junior college was this dude who lives in the Sunset out there in the city. He's a big comic book dude, and I'm a sports guy. He's a comic book dude, but we mesh really well together. And so I see him almost all the time, and so he's a really good dude. So I got basically two real life friends who I consider my brother, but I've had like hundreds of friends, since I was born, and only two of them have stayed in my life.
So Bryant, this is really negligent right here. Everyone knows that Mayflowers bring pilgrims.
Yep.
Do you know why the pilgrims decided to land on Plymouth Rock, even though they wanted to sail for a couple more weeks to get a little more south?
Do tell, Ryan.
They ran out of beer. They started running out of beer. Okay, and this is hilarious. So back in the day in England, you couldn't drink there. Fresh water wasn't fresh. You know what I'm saying? The poop water. So what you had to do is to make water drinkable, you had to make beer. Even the kids drank beer. They had what they called little beer. and it was less alcoholic. Okay. So the
Mhm.
Pilgrims start running out of beer. So they pull up to Plymouth Rock and they immediately go out and they find a river and they start brewing beer because they don't know the Indians, the Native Americans treated this land a lot better than the British did their land. And you could actually drink out of your rivers. So these guys come running up on shore to make beer, which, takes a minute to brew. You know what I mean? And yeah, it turns out all they had to do was drink from the river.
Yeah. I remember I was having a joke about this because I know someone who hates alcohol, and all he drinks is soda for something. He doesn't drink water. So I said, imagine if you lived in Europe, you would have to drink beer. He says, were they making soda back then?
I found out something crazy today. So, you know why during the plague they burned women as witches because they didn't get the plague? Women had cats. Cats eat mice and rats and whatnot that carried the plague. So women,
Yeah, to be by the plague.
the women's cats kept the mice away, and that's why they didn't get the plague, and that's why witches are known to have cats.
Huh.
So the evidence was right in front of them, and they just treated all these women as witches, and then they put in the reason that they missed as one of the signifying symbols of being a witch. Oh, isn't that crazy?
Ryan, is it possible to do a rap?
Yeah.
Okay.
And now this will wake me up. Here we go.
You're going to bed after this.
Yeah, you're supposed to be in bed. It's midnight over there.
I'm gaming.
Oh, you're gaming. What game are you playing?
I'm gonna do this. Where's Corona been? Last time I checked, he was in his. He was at a Walmart in a Cowboys jersey.
Did Beto get him?
Probably.
Well, I remember he was claiming Sereno and Beto is the Norteño. And yeah, I don't know if he got or not.
Interesting.
Was there a fake?
No, that one's good.
Fake people.
You want this one?
Yeah. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Open platform 246. My brother and my dog, or as I like to call him, Plato. He was born in Compton, California. You might see him worn or adorn a Niners jersey, Dodgers jersey, or a Lakers jersey, but don't insult him. He would never wear a San Francisco Giants jersey. He's scoring for San Francisco Giants and any team that is not our Niners. One day you might see him adorn the Niners ring or even wear some bling bling, but I digress. He played a lot of football. He was a linebacker, never a slacker, always a powerful passer, always a reactor, came down the field like a powerful tractor. His favorite wrestler is Shawn Michaels. He loves to ride his bicycle, but he has not done that in a while. But on the ladies' faces, since day one, he likes to put a smile. When he used to ride his bicycle, he could have rode a mile, but I digress. Boy, with the ladies, he would impress. A ladies' man from the start. If you ask me, he might have gotten his ladies' man skills from Alberto Simpson Bart. He has two sons he cares for and adores, and with his two sons, he probably watches over the team. He likes highlights and scores. He is a huge wrestling fan. He is a loving, caring, kind father who always has a plan. He cares so much for his family, and with 2 sons, he has a multi-family. But he never worked in oil, so he never worked in Mali, as that is an oil company based in Pennsylvania. But for the man is, like me, he goes and sings. And although he or his family was never in the military, he is crazy strong like a truck, always smiling, always like a ray of sunshine, bringing a smile to the face no matter their creed or race. He respects all this humanitarian like a doctor is always on call. He is a manager. Strikes me as someone who enjoys the great outdoors and nature, so probably enjoys watching its tanager, as that is a numerous new world woodland birds having brightly colored males. Who knows, he may have even been a fan of hiking trails. Maybe at times he was a baggager, like a diameter in a circle, but his last name is not Circle. And believe you and me, this man was never Steve Urkel. Did I do that? Although he may have been Stefan or Cal and gotten all the Lauras in his time, he could handle, who knows. That is why he loves to get opinions and loves when people say hello to each other on his Platform 246 YouTube channel. Is off to Hizzy, always keeping the show like Sprite Soda, his favorite by the way, each and every which way and every day. He likes to keep his show fizzy like his show, or you might get a little dizzy. He really enjoys his group, his channel, and his panel, but he is in Vegas, where the weather is hot and it's hell, so you won't ever catch him wearing a flannel. A huge fan and eats, drinks horror movies like me, my dog, my twin. Isn't it amazing when you're the final girl and she wins? In horror movies, he likes the element of surprise. In mine and his opinion, it makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. When people like Michael Myers, Jason, Leatherface, Hannibal Lecter wear a mask, they are in disguise. What was that? To scare their victim, they really own the element of surprise. And when facing off against these horror movie characters, probably best not to look in their eyes. And that goes double for the Mummy and the Wizards of Waverly Place, as that is how he gets you with his power. After that, you will be lucky if you could hit the showers. Platform bro, my dog's mind is as sharp as a serrated Michael Myers Jason Chucky knife. If you get on his bad side, he might get mean, but like Hannibal Lecter, he might have you over for some Chianti and some papa beans. He hates the lands with a passion, but boy does he love fashion. And for his show on his YouTube channel, he is ready like Freddy Krueger, that is. He is the strongest Tyrell Thompson, aka Waxer from 21 Jump Street. His 2 boys always have crazy knowledge like him that you could not get in college. If you tried, he prefers his bacon fried, his steak medium rare. For his 2 boys, he really does care. Sometimes on a cheeseburger, this he eats with joy and fervor. He dresses very cool. If you mess with him, and I quote Mr. T, aka BA Badass Baracus from the A-Team, I'll pity the fool. But if you are cool with him, he is very laid back, Jack. On the San Francisco Giants, like I said before, he's a Dodgers fan, so don't insult him. Cut him some slack. My favorite show of all time, yo, bro. So this man is going places. So if you see him, stop and say hi. Because just like the Jeffersons, and I quote, he is moving up to the east side to a deluxe apartment in the sky. He's finally got a piece of the pie.
Hey, Bryant, do you know what fervor means?
He's on silent, by the way.
No, I don't know what. Kind of like what, a fur baby, like a Furby.
Fervent.
Fervent, like fervent, like a critter, like a critter.
Jeff, you want to tell him what fervent means?
Fervor? With great joy and delight.
That sounds like ice cream.
Yeah.
Great joy and delight.
Yeah, like a good humor ice cream bar.
Exactly like a good humor ice cream bar.
And the Mr. Softy truck.
You got another one you want to do?
Sure. Let's see what
All
else
right.
I got here.
Fast claps.
Fast clap. Interesting. See what I got for fast clap.
We got this one too.
That one's good too. They're both good.
Then we got the famous bop.
Not a crazy request. Do you have any Pink Floyd there?
No, not at all.
Okay. Which one's the Pink Floyd one?
I've got stuff that's not copyrighted.
Okay. I think it's the Pink Floyd, no? You like Pink Floyd, don't you, Ryan?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. My favorite song of all time. Look at Pink Floyd and see me to Sid Barrett. They dedicated to my cousin Dave, who took me to the first ever Roger Waters concert. And thank you for this idea. My uncle Paul, his uncle Paul, my best friend that always gets me.
Hold on, Jeff. Start over. We can't hear you. You're very muffled. You still sound bad.
Can you come off and come back on?
I don't know. Is it the way your phone's being held? Is there something
I
over
don't
the
know. I
mic?
can put it on my chest. You know?
When you put it on your chest, for some reason now we can't hear it very well. Is you facing the mic of your phone towards your mouth? Is it?
What about now?
There we go.
Okay. It's hard to hold the phone and do both. I'll try. Ode to Pink Floyd, including the Sid Barrett days, dedicated to my cousin Dave, who took me to the first ever Roger Waters concert. My thank you for the idea. My grandpa Paul, his uncle Paul, my best friend said always give credit where credit is due. And by taking me to my first ever Roger Waters concert, 12 rows from the front, mind you, in Madison Square Garden and PNC Bank Arts Center on Roger Waters' birthday. For this inspirational and phenomenal idea, all the credit goes to you. Pink Floyd, although coming from England, started their first ever concert in Amsterdam, where my ancestry and my cousin Dave's ancestry are from, where they had freedom of expression, where doing whatever they want was never a question. In a place where everything is legal, their music soared like an eagle. Music was on target, and in Amsterdam, where they debuted, their LP and later their 45 was ready for market. This band practically invented the red carpet and paved the way for the other bands to play every which way on any given Saturday and Sunday. But I digress. But by no means under duress. And I quote, Pink Floyd are an English rock band formed in London in 1965. Gaining an early following as one of the first British psychedelic groups, they were distinguished by their extended compositions, sonic experimentation, philosophical lyrics, and elaborate live shows. In 1965, led by Sid Barrett, they came alive with an early following. They could have afforded any kinds of dripping diamonds and bling bling. With their extending compositions, this put them in a very pivotal position, and spreading word to all their billions of fans was their mission, which gained them supreme recognition, not needing any permission, with no suspicion, making quite a transition, affording them whatever they wanted in transmission, which made for a very special acquisition. In order to keep up their very strong physique and persona, and with all the psychedelic and psychotropic drugs they were in their minds, and to their billions of fans, omniscient. They were on their very specialized nutrition. They dealt with many propositions, charged whatever they wanted for admission. The band formed quite the coalition with no inhibition, but they were not lawyers, so no deposition. Plenty of ambition, no opposition. Their music was like a submarine coming out of the water in submerging positions, with lots of cognition and never having to deal with prohibition or having to sign a petition. Creating quite the exposition, never dealing with tuition, but in the Toronto presentation of the wall, a 3D depiction of ammunition, in particular an M16 held by Roger Waters shooting straight into the audience. Pink Floyd has always been known for their spectacular psychedelic laser light shows, which I was fortunate to see in the Hayden Planetarium, and the song where it states, we're just two lost souls swimming in a fishbowl. year after year. They might even be hinting to a giant aquarium. But no song's ever dealt with plants, so no terrarium. But hey, when Roger Waters recreated the Berlin Wall and knocked it down in the movie and the live show, The Wall Live from Berlin, he most definitely did do demolition, under no precondition. This puts this placement of the wall in superposition, as that is the ability of a quantum system to be in multiple states at the same time until it's measured. But to me, and all the fans of Pink Floyd, they are definitely a band that will always be treasured.
Well, thank you.
Well, you're welcome. I didn't quite finish it.
That was the Pink Floyd rap.
That was Pink Floyd. That's my favorite band of all time. Is it yours, Ryan?
It's not my favorite band of all time, but it's a good one.
Yeah. Okay. So what is your favorite band?
I would. My favorite band's Rage Against the Machine.
Okay. I like them.
But I would say
I'd
say the best rock band ever would be the Rolling Stones. And it's off of, they put out a hit record like every 10 years, like every decade that they were a band for the most part. And they stayed together that whole time. You know what I mean?
True.
Who can really say that? And they've spent a lot of time touring. So if you're ever going to get sick and tired of somebody, it's going to be after playing shows for 50 years with these people. And they've done essentially what no other rock band could do, is stay together and be talked about almost that whole time.
And let's not forget the Hells Angels thing.
That was crazy.
That was crazy too.
Crazy.
I read a book about that.
They knew what the hell they were doing. They're smart.
Oh yeah.
And that's not to say that they're the most talented rock band. I'm just saying that they're like the best because they can check all these boxes that no one else can. And then they're a part of the same echelon as anybody else that you would, say is, the best or could be up there. You know what I mean? So to me, it's.
What about the best guitarist? Would you say it's Jimmy?
No.
It's Jerry.
No. I'd say it's Stevie. Stevie Ray Vaughan's version of Little Wing. If I was Jimi Hendrix, lying in the ground, and I heard that song, I would come back alive again. Not only because I'm a little upset that I didn't do it as well, but also to give that man some damn props, because holy shit. He took a 3-minute song that was an amazing song, and he turned it into a 6-minute plus song that is just nothing but a clinic in just talent.
Mm-hmm.
And
by far the coolest guitar was Robert Plant.
There you go. What were you going to say, Bryant?
That double guitar.
I think that's like kind of a cool segue or a cool question to jump into. There's been multiple singers or actors that maybe or maybe not are dead, and supposedly one of the people that I was mentioning Jerry Garcia. They say he might not be dead, he might be alive. Tupac supposedly is alive. So what are you guys' thoughts?
Well, if Jerry Garcia is alive, then he's kicking it with Tupac. That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right.
Those ideas are mutually exclusive. Like, there's no way that they could be.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I remember.
Happened.
See, I remember, what's that band called? Metallica. They went to the state prison in California.
Yeah.
I think it was called Saying Something.
San Quentin.
No, the
San
song
Quentin,
was Saint something.
Oh, Saint Saint Nowhere.
Well, like I'm not the biggest rock and roll or metal, but I got that song saved on my iPod. It's pretty cool. I liked it. My friend,
Yeah,
he's big on rock and roll. He knows all the bands and all that stuff.
I love the Enter Sandman of Metallica.
that's a good one. The Day
Yeah.
That Never Comes is one of my favorites. That's one of their newest songs they put out.
I don't know that I've heard it.
Yeah, Korey.
I
What's your
tried to
favorite?
get my brother to come out here and sing, but he told me no. He said they do not want me to sing. How they hear me sing?
Hey, can
it's
you
on my
ask
YouTube.
him? Can you ask him if he will sing Bill Withers' "Use Me"?
Maybe when he's at work now.
Hey,
So maybe I let him. You talk to him.
you let him know
Maybe-
that Ben wants him to sing Bill Withers' "Use Me," and if he doesn't understand how serious I am by that request, then I guess he'll never come because you know what I'm talking about, right? Korey, you know that song, right?
I think so.
Well, my friend, you know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, now.
Yeah,
All right,
That's
so
one of my favorite songs ever. I'm just saying.
you get
Ryan, I have a request. Could we go around and find out who everyone's favorite band is?
Yeah, here in a second. What do you want to do, Bryant?
I was gonna say you get stuck on a desert island, and you can only have one lady singer. Are you listening to Mariah Carey or are you listening to Jennifer Lopez?
Oh, Jennifer Lopez.
Christina Aguilera.
No.
Mariah Carey is a head case. I am not getting trapped on an island with a woman who thinks that because I'm not her, I'm a servant. Okay?
Well, I'm not necessarily saying you got to be around her. Just who do you have to listen to the entire time? Because that's the music you got,
bro.
I'm going with Mariah.
No, I'm not having a chance. She's gonna want to have a conversation to kind of butter me up to get me to do something for her, and bro.
Start you, why are you so upset?
She's gonna be like, "Hey, can you start fermenting coconuts so I can have wine because I'm going through withdrawals right now." And I'm like,
I want to listen to.
Go ahead.
I want to listen to J-Lo also saying, "Look at that girl in her booty."
That's what I'm saying. I'd much rather see J-Lo running around a deserted island with a makeshift bathing suit on. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Bikini, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. When I see
or some coconuts,
I would spend the rest of my life trying to make her a jewel encrusted toilet like Ben Affleck got her. You know what I'm saying? On that desert island. Being coconut crabs and coconuts for the rest of my life. Got me a grass skirt and whatnot. I'd be happy.
Hold on. The problem with the grass skirt is sand can get places.
I don't give a shit. I'll go take a dip real quick before we get at it. I'm just saying.
Don't ask how I know, guys. Just don't.
And this is the one thing about that.
I already know David McNiner.
Hey, think about this too. You get stranded on an island with Jennifer Lopez like that, you actually have a chance. What other competition you got out there on the island? That Ritz cracker, your Ritz cracker ass going to look like a premier deli sandwich. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Just
Well,
saying.
so I like Mariah Carey's music better than J-Lo. And I
Yeah.
can't forgive J-Lo for wearing the Miami Dolphin, the Dan Marino jersey T-shirt in what movie was it?
You remember those pink shorts
In
she
Ace
was wearing
Ventura,
in the
Pet Detective.
Maxim cover?
Playback or something like that. I think that
No.
was the movie.
You
No, it's
remember
Ace
those
Ventura, Pet Detective.
No, that wasn't it because
Oh my God.
that wasn't J-Lo. The one I'm talking about. I'll Google it here in a second.
Do you
But
remember the picture on the front of Maxim of her in those pink shorts with the frilly this and that's?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah. Yeah, that's what
I
I'm
remember
talking
that.
about. J-Lo.
I want to take a
Yep.
moment to say what's out to my Cowboy, the Cowboys fan, David Corona.
Oh, is he in the chat finally? What
Yeah,
a mess.
he's him
Yeah.
and media. Let's see. Yeah, Corona's asking for the link, and I think media says mind if I join. So I don't know if
Give
you.
me a second. Korey,
I
to-
sent an email to David Corona.
Okay.
Corona.
So Corona, check your email. I'm gonna send it to your email.
Speaking of that, I don't know if he went to the game, but he said he was going to the game.
The Cowboys game?
The Yankees and the Dodgers.
Oh, I thought he went to the
The
Cowboys.
Oakland A's are playing.
Oh wow! Oh, I'm gonna be on YTC tomorrow. Oh my God! How do you lose to the Dodgers, Yankees?
What was going on YTC
Mookie
channel
Bat.
earlier? I heard he had a fish in the chat. What was the
A
Can anybody
fish?
explain that? Yeah,
He
somebody said
had a chick from Serbia
Yeah.
named Tix on the stream. I actually hopped in for a second and chatted with her.
She was a real lady, and she said that she was just stumbling on YouTube and YTC, and she hopped on in there, and she was telling us that she knows nothing about sports, and she was just like having fun, and she's like said she was bored, so clicked on it.
Oh.
We had a fun conversation.
Well, tell her to come on over here. I could show her about football. It's all in the hips. I'll get her. I'll get her.
I try to get her information, but she bounced quickly, so I don't know.
Well, John, you got to let her know what you can give her. You know what I mean? There's got to be a give. You can't get her information and not tell her what you're going to give her in exchange.
Oh, I asked her.
It's got to be a give and take.
Yeah,
I asked her a
like
question.
I can give you all the knowledge you need of football, essentially the carnal knowledge of football. You know what I mean? Like in depth.
Oh, I asked her a question.
In depth. Does she have hardwood floors?
I asked her a question, and she's like, Serbian women do not like American women. So all right, upfront about it.
Anyway. Jon Jay.
Yep.
Did she mention if she had hardwood floors or not?
Nah, she doesn't know what that is.
She doesn't know what that is. Oh, well, you should have told her, John.
Well,
I'm sure she would have given your information if you would have told her about Renob's hard wax and shine. You know, she kept coming.
I was trying to talk to her about YTC and
again.
I was trying to talk to her about YTC and then the Bears fans were just arguing like about the Bears are better, the Giants are better. They were just going back and forth.
Oh, that guy again?
So
here, I'll get the
Jon Jay, that guy was on again, that Michael guy?
Later. Yeah, hold on.
What's up, media?
Hey, media, what do you want to talk
Brian,
about?
Brian, we need that moody juice, bro.
Hey, media.
I need that moody juice, man.
I got you started. We'll DM each other. We'll get a show together, and we can set up a care package.
How you been, Niner
Media? All I have is lamb
Jon
tears.
Jay, I'd be doing a lot better if you didn't hide behind the camera.
He wants to see your eyes. Hey, is that why you chased the girl away? Because you didn't show her your eyes?
Oh, John.
Hey, John. What was the girl's name, though?
Ticks.
Tix.
Ticks.
Something
Did
like
she
that.
say she was like a Niner fan or a Giant fan or just?
No,
just
she's not a sports fan. She was just on YouTube, saw YTC, hopped on, and because most of the times, they get people who expose themselves, so YTC covered up the screen just to be safe.
Yeah.
And when she started talking,
So
it was a
YTC
real.
gets people who exposes themselves.
I knew you were gonna ask that.
It's happened so many times. I'm like, ugh. So,
YTC is pretty big. He's got like what 3,000 subscribers or something, right?
almost 4K.
Yeah, man, dude's doing good. He does a lot of like breakdowns of sport games and stuff like that. A lot of live streams like that, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he does a really good
Oh,
job.
yeah.
It's just that like a few years ago, before I met him, he has all 3 strikes, but YouTube allowed him to keep his channel, so he can never be monetized.
Oh, that sucks.
So yeah, he has all 3 strikes, but you usually, when you have all 3 strikes, like you're banned from YouTube. Like you can't even create a Google account. I don't know how they know, but he was fortunate to still keep the YouTube channel.
Wow.
Even with the 3 strikes.
So basically, he used to use like rock and roll music to do his pick'ems, which is basically the winners of the games. And because all the music is copyrighted, so he can't really put certain music on his channel. The same thing for me. So
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, without any further, he dropped out. That bastard.
come back. Like Gavin, come back.
You don't want
Get
the
in my
smoke.
belly.
Come fill the cup.
Oh, here we go.
Come on, David.
No. You see, I want to hear the story about him walking through Walmart yesterday while we were doing the trivia.
Oh,
I want to
shit.
hear that.
Oh shit! I forgot about that.
Yeah, I want to hear that too.
He forgot to tell the cash register he's a Cowboys fan.
No, he probably
That's
did.
funny. I wonder how many people looked at him like, what is going on? Here's us talking out of his pocket. We're taking the D. It's like, what is going on?
If you're in Walmart right now and you have frozen pea in your freezer, raise your hand.
No, he brought it in his pocket.
Jeez, imagine if someone raised their hand when that question was asked.
I wonder if he actually raised his
Like-
hand, though.
Yeah, like David Corona.
Like, how do we pee in a cup in our home?
All right, so Ryan, I got some questions that I kind of threw in the private chat. Do you mind if we get to some of those?
But could we find out everyone's favorite band first?
Oh yeah, that was a good question too.
I already said my favorite band. Korey,
Like,
Right.
what's your favorite band?
I don't know. They not what
Earth, Wind, and Fire, Commodores.
Temptation?
Ooh, Papa was a Rolling Stone. Hey,
Jackson's, okay.
Papa was a Rolling Stone. My favorite part is the beginning before it even they even come in and start singing with the dum dum. It's almost like marching music, you know what I'm saying? But with some swagger, you know what I mean? I love it. I love it. Just listen to the bum ba da ba, bum ba da ba, bum ba da ba. Like, oh, I'm telling you, I
it's
love
awesome.
Papa was a Rolling Stone. It's good shit.
Yep.
I was jamming out to Sinner Man by Nina Simone the other day. You know that one, Korey? I'll send it to you. It's a jam, bro. It's been sampled a couple times for some hip hop and rap songs.
Can you send it to me also, Ryan?
Yeah, Media. What's your favorite band?
I'm a big Green Day actually fan. I'm a drummer, so I really like the drums in their song, and like some of they do have a little bit of that guitar in some of the
Bro.
songs, especially like Boulevard of Broken Dreams. Like that's my favorite song by them, just because the beat is so good. Like,
I met the original drummer from Green Day.
damn.
He got
awesome.
kicked out of the band because he was a piece of shit, and he was like just a piece of a shit of a person, right?
Mhm.
He was in, when I met him, he was in a band called Alligator Soul, and he was like 40 years old at the time, or at least he looked it, and he was like still acting like he was a 20-year-old kid. And I'm sitting there at a bar with my other buddy, and like I'm looking at my buddy. We stock beer all day long, and I'm like, oh my god, this guy right here, he looks like $1 million, but he's, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, we got our shit more together than him. And yeah, they kicked him out of the band before Dookie, I guess. And that's how he was introduced to me, was after he left, the guy who was at the table was with, he told me, he was like, yeah, that was the ex drummer. This guy I was at the table with, he was the friend of the guy who owned the bar. And he got, like, he couldn't go back to Las Vegas because at the age of 16, he was like in the biggest like LSD bust in the state of Nevada. And he ended up getting he ended up getting cancer and passing away. But even at that time, he was like the guy on the back of the High Times magazine that you could buy the chocolate mushroom truffles from. And so I'm like, holy I'm sitting at a table with like, like this dude was in Green Day before they blew. This guy, the cops know this guy. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like just sitting there drinking a Hefeweizen, you know what I mean? Like, okay, here we go. All right.
Wow.
Crazy times.
Wow.
You're a drummer though. That's cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
What's your favorite song? Wait. You know about Numa? You seen
No.
it's Rick Firth, I think it is, the Rick Firth video of Danny Carey on his Numa. Oh, it's like a 10-minute, like, you got to check that one out, bro. Like the guy is like an octopus. And he's got like, I think like every appendage is doing some different tempo, and at least is, I don't know how to put it, but he's like, I think he's doing like 3s over here and 5s over here, and then they overlap every once in a while, and it's some crazy stuff. It's some crazy shit. David McNiner, who's your favorite band?
Yo. Nirvana.
That's a good one.
Nice.
That's a
Yep.
great
Yep.
one.
There's a lot of good music.
The whole Kurt Cobain, you know what happened and everything that came out. It's like I am convinced that Courtney Love killed him. Yes.
Yeah, me too. How does the
Yep, me
shotgun
too.
shell get on the other side? How does he put his rig away after a 10-time dose? A huge dose. How do you do that?
Yeah.
Exactly.
And that letter, that goodbye letter, that whatever letter, that's faked. That was totally faked.
Fake news. Yep.
Good
one.
Bryant Culp, who's your favorite band?
It's Green Day. I like a lot of bands. I like Nirvana. They're one of my favorites. Grateful Dead, Green Day. I like, a lot of bands. There's too many to think of. But Green Day is one of those bands I've been listening to for a long time. Their first record, 1,400 hours, 32 seconds of sloppy hours, or something like that. Shout out to the Razorbacks, Sweet Ones. The original name of Green Day was called Sweet Children. Billy Joel, Mike Trent, Mike Dirt. Um, Man, great band. From Oakland, California, and Berkeley. They're just super cool. A lot of people that like when they came out with the Warning album, they said they sold out. I don't think they sold out. I just think they got bigger than any other punk band at the time. But yeah, they are a really cool drum band, but they have the same three chords on a guitar almost in every song, and that's why a lot of guitarists like playing Green Day songs when they first start learning how to guitar because it's easy to follow the chords in there.
Also, Stairway to Heaven is like that.
Yep.
Yeah,
They're like every song in the 70s was like that though.
but Green Day has a lot of influence
In
from
the
like
60s
late
and
70s,
70s.
the late 70s and the early 80s. A lot of punk bands and heavy metal bands that kind of like that's what shaped their band. So really cool, really cool.
Brian, why were they called Sweet Children?
That was the name of the original group, and they changed it to Green Day after that. They just didn't like the name of the band. They just wanted to change it. So Green Day is a like not an acronym, but it's supposed to be like smoke weed, or something like that. And that's what they say Green Day means. But Green Day, Billy Joel, he says that's him. He is Green Day. But Green Day is they're a fun band. It's just one of those things. When you're like a teenager and you're growing up and you get caught on a song. But I could probably sing almost any Green Day song to you if I start hearing the lyrics because I own every Green Day album. So
Oh, nice.
Media, I think we've just become best friends actually. So
We really did. I mean, the thing is,
Touching.
like, when I started playing drums, I didn't actually really even know too much about them because I really didn't actually listen to that much rock before getting into drumming, and then it was like, okay, probably a good idea to start getting into some of that, and it's easy to play, and it's like the drumming's fun, and I mean, again, their music is just so good. So
yeah.
What's else fun he still was?
He said that he's muted himself because he might fall asleep.
Korey, Spongy there. All right, Jon Jay, what's your favorite band, Jon Jay?
Let's see. I've actually met Green Day because that they went to Cal. Like Brian says, they're from Oakland. One day I was going to watch the game, one of the Cal games, and they were there for some reason. And I said, "Hey, my buddy is a huge Green Day fan. Are you guys Green?" And they said, "Yeah." And we had a conversation. So that was pretty fun. Yeah. Let's see.
So is Green Day your favorite band?
I like some of their songs. Again, I'm not the biggest rock and roll person, so I don't really know a lot of bands.
So who's your favorite band?
There is one band that like I got like a bunch of their albums. Linkin Park. I don't know why, but I love all their songs. I love all their albums.
that's a great pick, Jon Jay.
I know that one of the members
Yeah, I
passed
love
away.
Linkin Park. Yeah, you did.
I was never really a big
their
fan.
especially their recent song.
Really?
Yeah, I kind of got a different.
I'm
Like I
shocked,
never liked
Brian.
Chevelle. I never liked Chevelle. I didn't like Pearl Jam when they came out. It was
I
annoying
only
to
like
me.
the album 10. What
And
about the
now
album
that
10? Did you like them?
Now that I got older, Pearl Jam's gotten a lot better to me. Like I realize how amazing a voice Eddie Vedder's got, and how he can just, I don't know, turn any word into just something you have to just like be dumbfounded and listen to. And then like, it's like it's when they make songs, it's like every note has a purpose, and every space that doesn't have any note has a purpose too. You know what I mean? Like to me, it's some of the best music ever written. But like Black, like isn't that the name of the song, or Fade? Is it Fade to Black? Where he talks about
I think it's Fade to Black.
Yeah, that song. Oh my God, that song is so moving. If you actually listen to his lyrics, like it's kind of depressing. And when you figure out like he didn't want to put that song on the album, and they don't really ever play that song live because it brings back too many memories for him, and you're like, oh my gosh, you know what I mean? Like when I hear that song, I just think somebody in the future, this song is going to inspire them to make a song that's not this exact song, but a song that is as powerful as this. And I can't wait. You know what I'm saying? Like it gives me that feeling.
I think their
They
best album
also-
though is 10.
No, they got. I in fact I like a lot of their older covers. The covers that they've been putting out lately. There's one where I can't remember. It talks about the rain. It's talking about pretty much getting rained on, and I love that one because here I'm in Washington, and like it rains like a lot in the 9 months that it rains
I
when it's not
saw
sunny.
you
And him
walking in
and him.
rain.
Oh my God, Korey. I had to tell Beto about that joint. I had to tell Beto about that one, and he it was instantly his favorite song. It's the cornflake without the milk. You're just a squirrel in my world, trying to get a nut. Don't touch that coat. Was it orange
Juice Jones?
Yeah. With that, what is this? Something crump cake, hush puppy. That's all you with. I can't remember how. Oh, it's hilarious. You know Clarence Carter? Korey? Stroke it, Clarence Carter.
Yeah.
But don't stroke so fast. Because if that ain't tight enough, you can stick it up my. Whoa, I'll be stroking. That's what I be doing. I be stroking. Hear that, David McNiner? That's what you need to put on for the aunties. You're gonna need to let them know. When you're driving them back to the pad, put on some Clarence Carter. Let them know. No.
David Corona said he'll be on a little while. He said I wash dishes.
He better wash some damn dishes.
Oh.
Better take care of that before the missus gets mad at him.
I wonder what his favorite band is.
You guys remember Presidents of the United States?
Yep.
Yeah. You remember the band Cake?
Prolong the magic.
Huh?
Prolong the magic.
Well,
Fashion
Cake was from Sacramento.
Those are names of the album.
Well, you forgot about Motorcade of Generosity, which was the one that they put out in Sacramento.
Yeah, I didn't say all the names. No.
I moved up to Washington, and they put out Fashion Nugget, and I was like, wait, how do you guys know about Cake? You know what I'm saying? Like, because I was listening to Sacramento radio stations, and that's the only place they were playing. Like when I'd go to other places in the Bay Area, I could listen to the San Francisco stations. You wouldn't hear any Cake on there, but you go over to the other side of the hills where my house was, and you could only get the Sacramento stations. And then I move up to Washington. You guys are playing Cake. What is this?
So if I said 106.5, what would you say?
I don't remember the whole thing, but you remember what's it?
KQOD.
Wiener Wednesday. Wiener Wednesday.
I don't know, but they used to have a guy on the Sacramento radio show.
Okay.
And he
okay. Was that? Hold on. Was that the rock station?
Yeah.
Okay. So the rock station. The rock station used to have 2 guys in the morning.
Yeah.
That would talk about things, and every Wednesday morning they would have Wiener Wednesday, where you called in and you told stories about how you were an idiot. And one Wiener Wednesday, a guy was talking about how he was roofing and how he had a great way of putting on the top roof, or the, what do you call it, the ridge cap. He was putting on the ridge cap, and he would spread out over the ridge cap, and he'd and slide back. Well, he put a nail through his shit, and he was stuck up on the roof. Which I have a feeling it was a lie now, but at the time, I totally ate that shit up. But yeah, Wiener Wednesdays.
Yeah, there was also 98.5 The Planet, and they used to have Dr. Love. He'd come on, and they don't do that anymore. But you could call in and long time caller, first time long time listener, first time caller, and the guy would come in and he'd start talking about like his romantic problems and Dr. Love, he could tell you how to get rid of the clap or what you had to do. So,
hey, what was the rap station? It was 102 point something.
In Stockton, they have 97.7. Then in Sacramento, I think they have like 10.1. 10.1. There was like,
I swear there's like a 102 point something, and that's. But anyway, that's the rap station. I usually listen to the rap station a lot.
You guys remember like Car Talk? You guys remember Car Talk?
I've heard about it. I don't remember what it was on.
It's like the one where people calling about their like car issues, and then these two guys are like helping them.
102.9. Yes, Steve-O, that's it.
Yep. Steve on right.
I like 102.9. Yeah. I like what's his name? Steve Harvey radio show. And what he does, he do prank calls. Every morning he do prank calls. Call somebody, you mess with them, get them all upset, get the people all upset, and then gotcha. They be like, man, you had me boy. I was just about to go out there. I want to come beat your ass.
We had a guy who did impersonations. Like he had characters, right? And it was called the Brook and Jubal in the Morning Show up here in Washington. Well, he had a Hispanic character named, what was it? What was his name? It's probably Miguel or something like that, right? And like he'd always have call up and he'd have this real thick accent. And he was like calling up this lady who was trying to sell her Ford Focus. And he was like, hi, I want to buy your Focus. What? I want to buy your Focus. You know what I mean? Like, and it's just like, so it just went over. He had multiple characters. He had like, he just had multiple, and it was just like, it would get you going. Then they had what was it? They had a phone line. So if you were at a bar and somebody was hitting on you asking for your number, you could give them this phone number and they would call up and leave an answer on the voicemail. And then they would play the voicemails like every Monday. They also had a show called The Second Date Update. And if you went out on a date with somebody and they never called you back afterwards, the radio station would call up, get a hold of them, and then they would start asking them, hey, what's up? We heard you went on a date with this person. We're just trying to figure out, this and that. And they would always be like, what are you talking about? What is this? You know what I mean? And then they'd be like, okay, let me tell you. So they start getting into it, this and that. And then like halfway through, well, about like once they figure out what's really going on and they kind of get all the juice out of it, they go, oh yeah, we should probably tell you they're on the other line listening. And then they bring the other person in, and then it's like drama and chaos. You know what I mean? It's just like cringe sometimes. It's oh man.
Well, yes, they watching South Park, and the teacher on there was getting a sex change. And
Oh, was he getting it changed back? Or because Mr. Mrs. whatever, they go back and forth a lot. Only Mr. Hat keeps his gender. You know what I'm saying?
Like, but I mean, he was talking about it. I'm screaming like I'm grabbing my private parts, like, man, the doctor said, "Oh, let's cut it. Let's cut it." I'm like, okay, come on now.
Yeah. South Park. Yeah, South Park. They can. They are able to get through some of the humor, which is during the current events of society. They're not afraid to push the envelope.
Cartman explaining how to have sex with women was hilarious. He says you stick it in their butt and you pee. Unless you don't want to get them pregnant, then you pull out and pee on their leg. I just fucking died, bro. I died. That's just, it's too much. It's too much.
Yep.
Oh, that's what happened. It's gone now. Saturday Night Slow Jam. Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
That's used to be one of the best times of the night because they play all that. I went to Los Angeles and they had a whole station that was nothing but like funk, like Zapp and Roger and all that type of music. And I was like, I don't want to leave here. Like I don't. That's like my favorite genre of music. And like, I don't know. I don't understand why everybody doesn't have a Zapp and Roger station. But I guess it's an acquired taste. Oh, we've been standing on ceremony.
How about those Dodgers? How about those Dodgers?
Speaking about pulling out and peeing on their leg.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness!
What's up, everybody?
How did the Yankees lose to the trash Dodgers?
Because we're the best team.
No.
And we're gonna beat them tomorrow too.
They're better than you guys.
No, we tie.
They're still better than you guys.
Oh, hell no.
Shout out to TRL.
Hello, Mr. Corona.
How them Cowboys? I heard you like the Cowboys.
Oh, hell no.
Hey! Would you like to show the whole panel your Cowboys helmet?
Oh, hell no! I threw that in the trash.
Oh, you have a Cowboys helmet too?
Oh, you want to see my wife's Cowboys helmet?
Oh,
not mine.
now it's your wife's. Now it's.
I knew it.
Did you throw your wife's stuff in the trash?
No.
So didn't you just say you threw that helmet in the trash?
I was messing around.
See, now we can't believe anything you said.
Yeah,
you lie.
He's a Cowboys fan, 100%.
Right?
I don't know. I'm a 49er fan.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry, David Corona.
Media
You're a Rams fan.
Media just
fuck the Rams. Fuck the Rams too. McNiner. F those Rams, huh?
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
yeah.
he can only speak for himself.
I say the same thing.
We don't know if we believe that.
He meant to say F the Eagles. We all know that.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that too. We're gonna get our rematch.
Spongy?
Yep.
So you and Spongy are Eagles content creators?
Oh hell no.
We got the same green.
Nah. I'm a Niner fan.
Isn't that their their favorite green, like from their old school jerseys?
Yep.
Isn't that the? Yeah. Jeez, David.
What happened?
I thought you were a 49ers fan.
I am a 49ers to the day I die.
Why you got the Eagles green, the Midway green?
How you switch it?
I don't know. Didn't you turn it that color?
No.
See, I just have my normal picture. You know what I mean? Like
that's my regular.
The Eagles are known for Kelly green, but they also have and they also have a really cool throwback uniform. So if you Google it, I don't want to Google it right now, but if you Google it, they have some blue and yellow uniforms, and they're crazy, like turquoise and yellow, I believe it is. It's like an aqua, and I thought it was kind of wild. So definitely go check it out.
And the real David Corona in the chat now. Oh, he's the David Corona fan club.
Hell yeah. That's right.
Hold on. I want to hear about the whole walking down the aisle listening to us take the D with story here. I want to hear that.
Oh,
David.
yeah.
So you're gonna tell us the story?
Oh, at Walmart?
Yeah, we want to hear, while we were talking about taking the D and, frozen pea cups, we want to know what people were saying and thinking in the
Oh,
aisles.
yeah, they were looking at me for sure, looking at me all weird. I told McNiner and Korey and Jon Jay after you guys left. Yeah.
Can you explain any of the instances and what we had said that spurred the instances on?
Oh, when I was in the line paying, the lady said, what are you guys talking about? Oh, I can't tell you that.
Corona, you forgot to tell the cashier that you're a Warriors fan.
Oh no. Lakers and 49ers.
David Corona.
Yes, sir.
When Ryan said, raise your hand if you, what do you say, Ryan? Raise your hands if you got pee in the freezer.
Raise your hand if you're in Walmart and you have frozen pea in your freezer.
Oh, yeah, that too. I told him, they were making fun of me because I showed them my whole freezer and I put some pee in freezer.
You what? Wait, hold on. You told a random stranger that you Wow.
Yeah, right now. I don't care.
I thought you brought the pee in your pocket.
Oh no, not yet.
You told a random person. Yeah, by fridge.
Yeah. I tell them when I go test and when I need it, I take it to the doctors.
Oh man. This has to be timestamped.
Oh, it will be. It will be.
It will be, yeah.
Wow, that shit's fucking funny as hell though.
I might even have to make it on video. I might have to edit the Korey shit out. Put it in
David Corona.
Yes, sir.
I heard you have a bet with a Steelers fan.
Oh yeah.
And
yeah.
He told me to tell you give him his $80.
$80. We didn't even bet 80, we bet 50.
No, he changed it.
Nah, we didn't switch it. He didn't tell me that.
Well, he told me that today.
No. He has to tell me. He has to tell me.
Joe.
I'll be back real quick. I'm gonna do something.
But what? What are you gonna do?
He's gonna pee in a cup and stick it in the freezer.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that right now and put some more pee before I go drug test.
You better go dry those dishes before you get
put the
smacked.
groceries away. I'll be back.
Yeah, you better.
Yeah, I'll be back.
You went to Walmart. You went to Walmart yesterday, and you're just now putting the groceries back.
Yeah, he just got milk. It's no big deal.
No, we went to
got milk.
Once a month grocery shopping.
How many cartons of milk or how many cartons of juice did you get?
Like, you want to see?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
Check this out. Put me on live. Put me in the front.
Oh, okay. I'll put you on the front. Hold on.
I don't got no shit on right now, though.
Oh, God. Keep your titties out. You don't want to see your titties.
1, 2, 3, 4.
8.
I see 6.
There's 8. Well, hold on.
Wow, it likes that minute.
There's probably about 8 of them.
Corona, Corona, you do know that stuff is not healthy for you. It's
I know.
sugar.
Yeah, my wife tells me that all the time.
It's mostly sugar.
Yep. Yeah, I like it.
He's like, yeah, I like it.
Joe.
Yo, sorry I haven't been on lately, Korey.
Yeah, you're in the corner.
Spongy.
Yeah, we missed you, Joe.
But Lil Spongy said he can't wait to play your team.
Why?
So he can beat your team.
He's here next to you and asleep if you want to say anything to him.
It's like 1:18 in the morning.
Do I just poke him?
Yeah, just go ahead and poke him. Oh,
Pokemon.
he left. He left. He knew what he did, and he left.
He's like, I can't take the smoke.
Hey,
Yeah.
Ryan. Hey, Ryan.
Yeah.
You want to see another peacock? I just put another one in today.
No.
I told you.
Yeah, for real. I'm not lying.
TMI.
Okay. Once we knew about the first one, we don't need to know about all of them. We good.
Ryan, I wonder if they have an MTV Cribs for P cups. You think so?
Yeah,
No,
I think so.
Oh.
They should.
You think there's a full crib with P cups in it?
Oh yeah.
No, I think MTV Cribs should do a P cups one. They just go to his house and just look inside his fridge for P cups. How many P cups do you have in there?
Like two.
When they tell him to open his fridge.
We got Lawrence from Platform 246 in the chat.
Lawrence.
What's good, Lawrence?
You missed it. You had a wrap done for you. I'd say, I don't know, maybe an hour ago, a little less, maybe 45 minutes ago.
Could we potentially get an encore, maybe?
No, he just dropped out.
Oh,
I'm sure
Him, he didn't want the smoke neither.
Jeff did it on his channel.
Hey, Joe, good interview with Ted.
Thanks. I kind of felt like we were all over the place. But yeah, my bad. There was a lot of people talking shit in the chat.
Hey, Joe.
Yo.
Well, of course.
Did you send my cards yet?
No, I talked to Steve-O the other day. I really thought my wife sent him, and I got David's too, sitting on my nightstand in the spare bedroom. I thought she sent him like a month ago, and then I looked and they were still there like a month ago, and then I sent them.
Oh yeah, no worries.
They are packaged. They are packaged. I
Hey,
promise.
David, don't worry. He's just sending you the Cowboys players. Because he knows that's the one you
I
want.
don't know. I just give them to my wife. I don't want those.
Oh, your wife's a Cowboys fan.
Yeah, I already told you
So
that.
he says. I have a feeling that he steals her Niner jersey to come on and talk with us because there's no Cowboys content
that would
creator.
never happen. You think you're gonna see me in a Stars jersey? Hell no.
Star jersey?
Yeah, Dallas.
You talking about?
Yeah, Dallas Stars, the hockey team.
I was about to say the hockey team.
Yeah.
But David, Rona.
Yes, sir.
On you type on in the chat, we see a picture, your profile picture on there. You wearing a what's it called, beanie?
Yeah.
Face things. And it's got stars. It's blue with stars.
Oh, I don't know. That's bandana.
Oh,
Yeah.
that is true.
Got stars on it.
You're sporting your true colors, the Cowboys blue.
Yeah.
No, hell no.
A true blue.
It's got stars on it.
Hey,
It does?
It doesn't have no stars.
Attention, fool.
if I remember correctly, Texas is in the South. That would be Serenios.
It is.
Right?
Serenios, yep.
Serenios. And what color do they fly? Oh, is it blue? Is it the same one? Oh,
It's blue. It's the same color.
1 + 1 equals David Corona is a Dallas Cowboys fan.
Yo, when's Tom Grossi coming to Levi Stadium? Do you guys know?
Oh, I was wondering if he was just going in that one division or if he was going all around those.
No, he's coming to Seattle June 24th. I'm gonna try to make it wherever he goes. I think that'll be sick.
Gonna follow him everywhere.
Too.
I don't know if I'm gonna follow him everywhere. That's a little creepy.
No, that's a little much.
maybe I'll just stop in and say, "Hey, what's up, big fan?"
It is a little creepy. You're right.
No.
Yeah.
I was talking.
I think somebody is talking. in someone else. Oh, it's David Corona. We can hear his background.
Oh,
That's what it is.
oh, hold on. I'm muted.
No, keep
15
it going.
demerits. 15 demerits.
Nice. That's the Marine in your family talking.
Oh. The grandpa never did demerits. It was like either it was he was going to tell you to shut up and get out of the way, or it was be still. Or you got like the 1,000-yard stare, and that's when you like, oh shit, like this guy can erase me from existence right now. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
he was on Iwo Jima, so he had that stare. You know what I'm saying? He you knew what the business was. Yeah. You definitely
Yeah,
knew
my
where you
grandfather
were
was the same way as a Japanese code breaker.
Yeah.
In Yokohama, Nagasaki.
What do you call an ant? Oh my god. An ant that fights crime. A vigilante. Wouldn't that be an aunt?
A visual auntie.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be an auntie slayer?
Oh,
Wouldn't that be an aunt with a candle? Vigilante. You know, out there, you know, paying respect with their candle. Light vigil.
Yeah, a vigil.
Yeah.
Guys, 100 days.
Until football?
Well, actually, I think it'd be like 97 till football, but 100 days till the Seahawks play.
Who you guys play?
Oh.
The Rams, the Lambs, huh?
Yeah, best team in the league.
Shout out to Rudy for
Shout out to
being
Peo.
delusional that they're gonna win 3 more titles.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
shout out to Jim Everett, the mid.
Jim Everett,
The mid. That's a good one.
all his jokes are the same thing. He puts that dumb VHS tape. I don't know how that's funny.
You have to get it's in context. Yeah, it is funny to like Rams fans. I
Hey,
don't
Joe.
really give a fuck.
Hey, Joe.
Yo,
Hey, what happened? You guys lose the first week.
Oh wow.
it wouldn't surprise me. It's a division. I mean, it's a divisional game, week 1. Nothing's gonna surprise me week 1.
And,
Well, you guys
and week,
play at home or away?
Away.
week 1 is the most overrated game of the season.
Yeah.
Yep, it is.
Because how many times do we come out and see teams that, you know, win convincingly week 1? We're like, oh crap. And they might even be against a better team. Like they weren't expected to do anything. And they go and they just, like, who was it last year who just shellacked the, or was it last year or the year before? They totally shellacked the Green Bay Packers. And then all of a sudden the Packers bounce back. And, you know, yeah, it's just week 1 is not any sort of a barometric for your season. You know what I mean? I think you get more by drawing a line between 3, 4, and 5. You know, and that isn't even accurate because look at the 49ers.
Well, and look at the Colts beat the Chiefs in week 3 last year. So
right. There's
any
so
given
many
Sunday.
Yeah, but seriously, that first game, I
didn't even say the first 4 or 5 weeks.
Well, you could even go as far as to say the first half of the season, because the teams that really are going to do something are catching a hot streak going into the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
So like the 49ers, you know what I mean? Like they went out like what 9-10 games there at the end.
Yeah.
Like
yeah, just about.
Yeah, go 3-5 and then win 11 games. 12. Yeah.
Hey, is that true? That Tom Brady's coming to the Raiders?
No.
Already there, man. He just wants to win.
Yes and no. Is he going to be a part of the Raiders organization? Yes. Is he going to be starting for them? No.
No.
He started working out and I heard he got his haircut, and he's wearing silver and black all the time now. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, he likes to go a little salt and pepper.
Joe,
Yo,
I hope my 49ers beat your Seattle on Thanksgiving Day, so we can go and sit on your field,
like we did to you guys.
eat some turkey.
Like we did to you guys.
Yeah.
Payback from that was 9 years ago now.
Richard Sherman did that.
Doesn't even, and Russell, doesn't even feel like 9 years ago.
So Spongy was asked how happy he would feel if he could beat the Baltimore Ravens this year. And he just said, I want the Seahawks. I want to beat Joe's team, the Seahawks.
So I could rub it in his face.
Hey, man, controversy sells, okay?
So he could rub it in your face.
I was at a car show, and I get a text. God, what was it? Ryan texted me.
It said, Spongy just threw your team under the bus.
Spongy just tossed your team under the bus. I go, what? He goes, yep.
Oh, we beat Seattle 2 times, maybe one more time, like 3, like last year.
Joe.
I think it's more realistic that we go 1-1, honestly. I think we split it.
Joe.
Yo.
I want to write a rap about you. Can you give me background info?
I keep all my stuff in the foreground.
Hey, rapping time.
Not much to say. Simple white boy from Maple Valley, Washington.
Maple Valley.
Yeah, there you go. Right about that.
Oh, I don't know about your race, Joe.
All right, I'll write it about that. You are a Mariners fan, right?
That's debatable.
That's debatable.
Am I a
Supersonics fan?
Am I a fan? Yeah. Do they piss me off more than anything in the world?
I thought you was Hispanic.
You thought I was Hispanic? Yeah.
Wait.
It's actually Jose Estebanos. It's my real name.
He actually is. He's white, non-Hispanic. When you know that box that you checked, that's how. It's funny too because I hate that. I'm like,
I do prefer not to answer because why is it your business?
Yeah, I don't like answering it because doesn't matter to me. I don't think anybody should be. That shouldn't be something that you should collate somebody into groups. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So if everybody goes,
it just divides us even further. So that's why I say prefer not to answer. My wife's like, why do you do that? And I go, because it's none of their business who's ever reading this paper. It don't matter.
And it's like, I don't even really want them to know, obviously Ryan Blau, you're thinking I'm a guy, right? But like, just the rebel in me wants to check none of your business.
And write computer.
No, I won't do anything like that. It's just, it's none of your damn business. Like
male, female, other, put other and write a machine.
Or sex, you just write in other and then yes.
Yeah.
No, you just write no thank you.
I don't know why. No, thank you.
I don't know why in important documents like people care. Like, what's the point of it? I've never understand that.
It's because they're trying to get different. Yeah, they're trying to show the demographics, but it doesn't matter.
No, it's not no thank you. No thanks, I'm full.
That's worse. Jeff, that sounded really bad.
Yeah, maybe not next time, Jeff.
Maybe not next time.
Maybe not so much next time.
So what have I missed? What have I missed so far?
You missed a rap about platform.
Oh, hold on. Joe, give me your whole thought on why DeAndre Hopkins is still out there and not rumored to be in talks with really any teams. Like, why isn't there a buzz around him right now?
Because it's been, what, 3 days?
No, he got cut last Friday.
So it's been 7 days.
Yeah, we talked about it. Was breaking news last week.
Okay.
And you think at least by now there would be a couple of front runners that are jockeying for his attention. You know what I'm saying? As far as, negotiating some sort of deal. But there's like nothing we've heard of, to the point where even if he was hearing from one person, he would want to have it out there that he was listening to multiple offers, right? To kind of drive up the interest in the offer. So we're not even hearing about that.
I read today just like a tweet or something. It wasn't anything super crazy, but he wants top 5 receiver money.
Yeah, and that's not happening, bro.
No, it's not.
Like the teams you want to go to don't have that cap room at the moment. And if they wanted to have that cap room, they're going to have to restructure contracts. And they might not want to put themselves in that position just to bring DeAndre Hopkins onto the team, who is getting older. It isn't necessarily the DeAndre Hopkins of the past.
Father Time's undefeated.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hey. So he's been slowing up. Do you think that PED thing could have been him trying to increase that gap?
It was weird that he didn't fight it. You know what I mean? Like he was kind of like, "Oh yeah, I messed up."
Yeah, I wonder. Because when he came back, it wasn't like he was burning people.
Yep.
I wonder if he started falling off and was like, man, I got to do something to give me an advantage because I'm not myself anymore. And he got caught.
I don't know what to tell you.
Because he said that, I would never do anything like that because I watch what I put in my body, which, I believe a lot of these guys when they talk about it. I don't believe like John Bones Jones about that. I think he's dirty and cheating. But
no, you don't say.
Yeah, hiding under the fighting ring, under the ring, so the guy who's trying to give you a UA can't find you for like 12 hours. Probably having to piss underneath the mat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So Joe.
Yeah.
If you stuck on an island with which girl would you want to be stuck with? J-Lo or Mariah Carey?
Mariah Carey.
God, whatever, Joe. That lady is a mess.
I was really into her when I was in like 5th grade. So. Bryant, you're muted.
Joe, what's your favorite band?
Probably Korn.
Korn.
Okay. You ever heard of Chutes and Ladders, Joe?
Seen it live about 7 times.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3.
Yeah, that's
4,
a song where I'm
door,
like
5,
to my
6,
wife. She doesn't like him at all. And I'm
7,
like, you can sing along to this. It's pretty easy.
London bridges falling down.
When he brings out the bagpipes, that's it's nice. So
dude, the bagpipes is what I love that song for. I don't know what it is.
The rest of the song is kind of eh.
The bagpipes, they do something to me. Like they move me emotionally. So like if I hear the pipes and the snares, like to me, it's like you got to go to war or somebody died. Those are my two like emotions. You know what I'm saying? It's either get ready for war or you mourn for somebody's death. You know what I mean? Because that's what like my body, like I don't know.
So
maybe it's in the genes.
So Joe, what is your favorite Korn song?
Got the Life.
Hey
Oh,
Korey,
you're
Korey,
funny.
have you ever heard of the Korn song Adidas?
Korn song Adidas.
All day I dream about soccer.
No, I haven't.
All day I dream about soccer. All day I dream about soccer.
So little Seahawks news. I guess Drew Lock was OTAs.
Yeah.
Throwing against Air, and I guess Air has been winning.
Yeah.
I guess that Air was pretty tough that he was thrown against. That so really hope Gino stays healthy all year.
Dude, when I heard they were trading for Drew Lock, I was like, oh my God.
He was a throw. I mean, you can't say. Come on,
bro. Are you
It's not
telling
like
me? Stop it! You're telling me you couldn't find somebody else with the same capacity off the street?
They needed to free up the number 3 in Denver. All right.
Who cares? They could have let them deal with that. Let them handle that. You didn't have to take him. No matter what you say, you didn't have to take him, and your team wanted to take him.
No, they fell in love with. They still like his arm a lot, but his decision
Who cares?
Sucks.
This is the thing.
He's not a dink and dunk guy like Purdy.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What between the ears is more important than what you got physically when it comes to the quarterback position. You can always get more accurate. You can always get a little bit stronger, to push the ball farther down the field. You can't stop yourself from making idiot decisions out of the middle of fucking nowhere for no good goddamn reason. And that's one of the reasons why Sam Darnold's on the 49ers. Everybody's like, oh, he's got a beautiful throw. Yes, but sometimes it's behind the wide receivers, and sometimes it's to a defensive back.
Yeah.
Hey,
with no wide receiver around.
What's everybody's thoughts? Did they hear the reports? I think it came out earlier, but I heard it today that Russell Wilson turned down a offer going to the Eagles.
Yeah, last offseason. My thoughts are who gives a shit?
I think it's interesting because if he would have went to the Eagles, what does that mean? Jalen Hurts is going to sit down, or
it would have been Jalen to the Seahawks.
Oh, you think so?
It would have had to been. Yeah, it's not like it's not like it's Aaron Rodgers where you're expecting to get 2 years out of him. You're kind of expecting to get 5 or 6.
Well, and also you're talking about you can't just keep Jalen Hurts on the squad because what are you going to sit him back there, be a very high priced backup essentially, and then turn around and not extend his contract because it's going to be too much. And by that time, it doesn't make sense. But the Eagles definitely dodged a bullet, at least for last year.
Yeah.
But hey, we're going to wrap it up in 22 minutes. So everybody get your thoughts out, please.
No more sports.
Yeah.
As Joe, about the what's his name about love.
Lakers fan.
What's his name? Romeo Dobbs.
Yeah.
He said that he doesn't see the big difference between Jordan Love and Aaron Rodgers. He doesn't understand why everybody's kind of making a fuss about the drop off, I guess, when he's saying that there's not really a difference.
What do you expect him to say?
No, I know.
Man, this guy fucking sucks.
He ain't no fucking Rodgers.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's all right. Not. He's not Rodgers.
I give him about 2 years.
Yeah, we'll give this guy about 2 years. Yeah, see how he works out. Maybe we'll cut him, move on to somebody else. Like, what do you expect him to say?
What are you talking about? He is Rodgers. He's Roy Rodgers.
You got me there, Minor Niner. And you own a pickaxe to prove it.
I can't prove it till I get back to New York. I told you that.
Oh fuck, I forgot.
Yeah.
What's everybody? Why is everybody so down and glum tonight? What's going on?
I'm exhausted. I've been up since 4:45.
I've also been up since 4:45. I never went to sleep.
Damn.
Well, it's not our fault. You're stuck in Egypt.
He hasn't been asleep for like 3 days.
Yeah.
You can thank Obama for that.
Yeah. He brought me here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, everybody seems so tired. Bryant's like looking up dad jokes.
How about we just call it? I'm tired. We can just call it early.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Because I don't know what to do with the rest of the 19 minutes.
We could accomplish a lot.
Bryant, you want to let people know what you got going on tomorrow?
Yeah. Same thing, same time, same bat channel. Tomorrow morning, coffee talk. If you guys like to join, come on up. It'd be a lot of fun. We're gonna have a good show. I think it's gonna be. I got a good topic, and hope to see you there.
Jon Jay, you want to let people know what you got going on? Jon Jay.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just eating my dinner early. So tomorrow, I was planning on doing a show. It's just like just like some 49er news. I think around like 12 noon. So I'll be doing that. I'll be going on Korey's on Sunday to see if anyone got 15-0. And I don't know if McNiner and Bryant are doing anything on Monday, so can't wait for that. So that's what I'm doing the next few days.
Wonderful. Korey, you want to let people know what you got going on?
Well, tomorrow I'll be going probably to see if I can join with Bryant tomorrow morning if he's not having a special guest. And then I have a special guest on Saturday night, 8:00 p.m. I got the man, David M. Clark, the Cleveland Brown fan. And I want to ask him a question, what you brought up last week, No More Sports, about the Cleveland Brown want to play in the dome and stuff. I want to ask him that questions and stuff. Also, I want to talk to football with him. So Cleveland Browns with him. Then Sunday, again, look at Bryant. Then Sunday night, have the trivia results. And tell who has improved. And Monday, watch Dina Harvey, Brian Culp, and David McNiner.
Okay, David, do you want to plug your show for too?
Ooh, me?
Well, you know, we got coffee talk tomorrow morning and Sunday morning. But tomorrow I gotta go touch up on Auntie's door because the movers freaking scratched it moving in. So that ought to get interesting. But then Monday we got the show with Dina Harvey, and I'm looking forward to this one.
What do screen doors and aunties have in common?
What?
The harder you bang them, the looser they get. Joe Stevens, what you got going on the rest of the week?
I also have Dana Carvey coming on tomorrow at Saturday at noon. And then we got a new sponsor for our channels. I don't know if anybody heard of that. OnlyFans is currently sponsoring this segment.
What?
Yep. All of our shows.
I thought about there's a website online where you could put pictures of your feet up, and I thought about as a joke making like digital pictures of feet, and then so people could buy my pictures of my feet as a gag and
Shoot,
leave it
dude,
in
I'll buy pictures of your feet.
That's what I was like, a gag, you know what I mean? Make it like $2 for pictures of my feet, you know what I mean? Just a gag.
I seriously think what we should do is instead of, I don't know how YouTube regulates this, but also stream our content to OnlyFans at the same time. Just have the same show, but make people pay like $9.99 a month to see our Friday night show here.
We could totally upload it. Anyway,
sorry.
I'm gonna get out of here. I appreciate you all for joining the panel today. What, Korey?
Man, I just thought of us. I forgot.
Okay.
All right, Ryan, you have a good night. Tomorrow's
Take
my
it
wife's
easy.
birthday. We went to the Dodger game. Yep.
Ooh, yeah, buddy.
Yeah,
tell your wife we said. Tell her wife happy birthday.
Yeah, go tell her right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Tell her I say happy birthday.
I want to thank everybody in the chat tonight for rolling on through. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Happy
Go
birthday.
Niners.
Happy birthday.
Go Niners.
My wife said thank you to everybody.
Did she hear the Go Niners?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Good night, everybody.
Oh my
All right.
Yep.
And with
Go
that,
Niners, hell yeah. F
we're
those
outta
Rams
here.
like always.